Okay, well, since we have a lot on the agenda today, we are going to get started. And so, as usual, in accordance with Executive Order N-29-20, the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors meetings are being held virtually, and you can participate via the Zoom-in phone number, which is located on your screen and on the front of the agenda. So with that, Ryan, would you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, here, present.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Present.
Thank you. Supervisor Bass?
Here.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
In for.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. So now we will move on to flag salute. So please join me in saluting the flag, and Ryan will put it up on the screen momentarily. Okay, it's hard to stand up and be in the picture. All right, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all very much. For those of you who want to participate in today's meeting, if you want to make comment, just dial in the number you see on the screen and press *9 to raise your hand. Once you're called on, you will be asked to press *6 to unmute, and then you'll be put into the queue, and that will mean it's your turn to speak. One thing we've learned is if you're watching on a video or TV and you're on the phone, mute the TV and actually don't even look at it, because there's a time delay that's fairly significant, and it confuses a lot of people so that they almost miss their opportunity to speak. So try to do that, and it'll be a much more cohesive and smooth meeting for all of you who are trying to join us. I'm strict on the 3-minute rule because everyone should have the same opportunity to speak. And when you have 30 seconds left, you will hear this sound. And that means you have 30 seconds to wrap up. And after that, you'll be thanked for your participation, and then your phone will be muted and the next person will get to speak. Don't take it personally, it's same for everyone. And because I do believe it's important to take breaks and for people to get a chance to stretch, I will aim for one today, but I'm not going to promise you when that is because I really have no idea. So we'll see how the first item goes, and hopefully we'll take a break before, too late in the day. So with that, I'd like to go to Ryan and go to our CAO, Wilson, and see if there's any modifications to the agenda.
Good morning, Chair Bass. There are no modifications to the agenda this morning.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second for the consent calendar. We'll go out to see if members of the public have their hand up. We do have a couple. And then Supervisor Bushnell, I will go back to you after the public comments over, because that's probably a good time to hear your thoughts on the proclamation, I suspect. So at this time, our attendees, we have the person ending in 1495, followed by 7454. So if you are 1495, please press *6 to unmute, and you will have 3 minutes on the consent calendar.
Did you say 1495?
Yes, I did. It's your turn.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name is Stu Jacobson, and I'm really concerned about the recharge of the groundwater this year, and whether or not we have any.
Sue, that item's coming up, so no worries. This is on items on the consent calendar. So I think you probably wanted to speak to the drought item. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just stay on the line, and you'll need to press *9 again, but that'll be coming up in just a bit.
Okay, I'll do it then. Thank you.
All right, and we have 7454, followed by call-in user number 1. So,
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
So So yes, thank you for welcoming me. I noticed in watching all the other things or Zoom, you guys aren't using the Zoom format yet. Anyway, I wish to speak on D1, Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, County of Humboldt. And my interpretation of this is all the good things in there are especially complimenting the Auditor Controller's Office, because I think they everybody works hard, but I think they fit what you say here more than most of the departments there. And it starts off with, whereas the county Humboldt County Board of Supervisors appreciate and recognize the individual employee contributions create an effective and responsive county government. And then it goes on, and of course that's typical of what the AC department's done. Whereas county services are only made possible thanks to the dedicated, talented, innovative, and hardworking employees and staff who use their extensive skills and compassion to provide individualized service and support for external and internal customers. And of course, that exemplifies the Auditor Controller's Office. And it ends with, now therefore it be resolved that Board of Supervisors resolve to recognize and support the Humboldt County employees and will strive to set an example of professional and sensitive leadership. And again, I hope you will hold with your word here. I hope that a lot of the stuff that's going on, especially regarding one of your best departments, the Auditor Controller's Office, will cease, and we will all get along together, as your other statements here say. And of course, they took it pretty hard because the Auditor Controller's Office had one of their most important personnel, rather than closing books over there doing data entry during COVID. And people wonder why things don't happen. Well, that's exactly why. And so hopefully this is a whole change of attitude, and hopefully especially the Auditor Controller's Office will be treated appropriately. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on your proclamation today.
All right, thank you for calling in. And we go to call-in user -1.
This is just general comment then?
This is comments on the consent calendar.
Okay, sorry, I'll wait for the general.
All righty. Well, let me get back to see if we have any other hands raised. We do. If you're calling number 2307 and you're wanting to talk on the consent calendar, this is your opportunity. So press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, I'd like to make a comment on a non-agenda item. Back on April 6th, your board directed...
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I had said this is for comments on items that are on the consent calendar. So we will be at public comment in just a moment, okay?
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks. It'll just literally be a pretty short time. And I do not see any other hands in the queue. Ryan, my helper, do you see any either? Other than Supervisor.
Yeah, Chair, that concludes public comment on the consent calendar.
All right, thank you. And
You're
I
welcome.
did, before handing it over to Supervisor Bushnell, I think her proclamation is important, especially in light of our conversations last week that we had on code of conduct and treating each other here at the board, but it goes much further than that. It goes into the entire county, and that includes through public comment as well. So we are hoping that we will all be working on this hard to actually treat each other better, whether we're one of us at the county, someone in the public. We're just really going to try. I think it's important to try to do the best we can to get along and do things with each other. That's the only way we're going to move things forward. So really appreciate yesterday or last week's conversation, and I wanted to say thank you to Supervisor Bushnell, and I'll turn this over to you to give us more of the in-depth on your proclamation.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to say, as being a brand new supervisor, that I recognize all the work that every county employee does, including from the planning department to public works to CAO's office to the auditor controller. When you come in brand new, you're a little lost, and I relied on staff a lot. And given the conversation that we had last week, I appreciate them, and I know that our Board of Supervisors does. And I just feel that sometimes they get beat up a little bit, and it's not fun or necessary at lots of times. And so my reason for doing this was just that I want to say thank you. I want to recognize the hard work that all county employees do, and that myself, and I think my fellow supervisors, appreciate all of our staff.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell, especially from your perspective, coming in and recognizing that. I think it was great for you to pull this and put it on the agenda. I appreciate that. Does any other supervisors have comments on that item or any of the others on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, maybe we have a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn,
10-4.
and Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Thank you. Pass this 5-0.
All right, and we will get to the 9:05 time set shortly. We just know that it may take quite a while, so we are going to go through the public comment on non-agenda items, and then we will go straight to the drought item, which Supervisor Wilson will choreograph that one when we get there. So this time, this is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on our agenda, and call in, press *9 to raise your hand, and *6 to unmute. And we know we have a few people, so we will start with call-in user -1. And if that is your number, press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, this is Corey again. I just have a few things to read and talk about. So from the Declaration of Independence, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate the governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. Article 1, Bill of Rights. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Article 4, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Article 5, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offenses to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So we can see it's quite interesting, the place that we're at now. People's rights have been violated. They've lost their livelihoods without due process of law. I guess if this pandemic is still raging and we're in the state of emergency, I find it odd that people are running around town shopping and doing all sorts of things. Freedom to move. Seems like if we're in the state of emergency, we should all be locked down. And the Constitution doesn't really matter when we're in a state of emergency, apparently. So I still call upon the board to stop the mask mandate. The president's already said if you're vaccinated, you don't need the mask. If people are having trouble in interpersonal relationships, it's probably because this county has been just terrorized with these masks. Businesses are, it's untenable. And you go to other
Thank you for
cities
calling in, Corey. Thank you very much. Great, thank you. All right, we have the next two in line is last four digits of 2307, followed by 3053. So if you are 2307, just press *6 to unmute.
Hello.
There you go. Welcome.
Hi. On April 6th, your board directed staff to return and present to the board at today's meetings on the findings of the evaluation of the Workforce Development Board and the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Fund programming. I do not see this item on the agenda for today. Please adhere to your own timelines. This has major implications for our county and for the workforce services that are provided. A transparent and timely handling of this matter would be greatly appreciated, not only by the community, but by partner agencies. Thank you.
Great, thank you for calling in. And next person is the last four, 3053, followed by 7454. So if you're 3053, press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. A couple of things I want to talk about. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I look forward to hearing what the county is going to be doing after June 15th, because there's rumors of going back to in-person meetings. You know, the governor is going to lift a bunch of regulations. So the sooner the better the county can get that information out, the better. It would be really, really good. I think these times of digital meetings have definitely displaced some people from being able to participate, and some people have been able to participate more. So maybe there's a hybrid option the county can do of in-person and digital moving forward in the future. Another thing, Measure S taxes. I would love to see the Board of Supervisors authorize 5 to 10% of that Measure S tax for capital improvements to the roads. Our community suffers, you know, the roads being used by people in the cannabis industry, and it'd be nice for the county to give back to them that way, improving those roads. And piggyback on that, I see you guys have your refund form. I mean, I know myself and others that rather than get the money back, I'd like to see that money put into asphalt on our roads that access our farms. So maybe an idea out there, or I don't know if we need to go through the process of getting the refund ourselves and then getting the encroachment permit to lay asphalt over a county road ourselves. But keep that in mind moving forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. And we have 7454. And before we go to that, looks like that is our only person under comment on items not on the agenda. So if you were planning on this, raise your hand by doing *9 now. If not, this is our final speaker. And welcome, 7454.
Virginia, Kent Sawatsky here. You did notice that I did adhere to your request, and everything I said was positive regarding your prior topic that I spoke on there. I will reserve the right not to be positive on many of these topics, basically because I feel I've taken the brunt of Supervisor Bohn's malicious attacks on me and laughing at me in the public forum. So unless he's willing to cease those things, I will not turn around and go back to what I did for probably 7 years, which was just being nice, wasn't it, as you recall? I do, you know, when he has his nervous laugh, when the truth comes out and things, you know, I can understand him wanting to have his input, but I think we've discussed that thoroughly, and hopefully that horse will not come above surface again. If so, I will expect to sanction and admonish on that particular individual for doing so, or any of you that do that. That's give and take. Respect is earned. I do support everything Thomas said. You do have an extremely difficult thing on the Measure S for the people to get their money back. If I was HumMap or something, or the people who won in that litigation, I would file another suit. It's just arduous. You allow people to go ahead and self-certify roads in the permit process and self-certify a whole bunch of the permit process. And yes, when it comes time for them to get their earned money back, it's very difficult for them to do so. So highly recommend you look at changing that procedure. I don't know who's going to be on the appeals board of all those people who may not agree with the county, but you're going to have to set up a format for an appeals board. And I think we have an appeals board topic later, which I will discuss at that time. And I don't know whether, you know, kind of do the tip of the spear, get ahead of what you're going to need. And you're going to definitely need an appeals board for those requests for the refunds on Measure S. Personally, I think you should give every single penny back. And I strongly support you facilitating Mr. Mulder's concept of people allowing that money to be put specifically toward road improvements to directly affect their property or their needs, and go under the county's guidelines as far as doing repairs as the money is available in those areas. There's no reason for someone to have to get an encroachment permit and pave their own roads when the county has all those tens of millions of dollars coming from Measure S that could be used for that matter, including fixing culverts and addressing the problems in those rural neighborhoods. Thank you for my opportunity to speak. And your dinger's going off okay for 30 seconds there, Virginia. And so that's working this time. So I want to give you aware of that one. So thank you for my opportunity.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I figured out the better place to put it so people can hear it. So, and our final speaker is 0151. That's star 6 to unmute. Um, 0151.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Welcome.
This is Dottie Russell.
Yes, Dottie, go ahead.
Okay, well, it's working anyway. The buzzer is working.
I just started your time at 3 minutes, though, so you're good.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I wanted to bring up a couple of issues, no surprise, regarding code enforcement. So there was a time a few years back that there were some code enforcement issues that were a little bit of a mistake. It was a cannabis code enforcement abatement or intent to abate, something like that. And then they realized, which was the team meeting, it was a meeting with a number of people, that there were some of these abatements issued incorrectly. One of them that were cannabis abatement issues, but there wasn't any cannabis on the property. I think a number of them were probably older people that didn't have cannabis, and so it was a bit of a shock and pretty stressful. So we happened to be one of them, and so we got this letter, and we didn't know exactly what it was about. It wasn't really clear that it was cannabis, It was just an abatement. And so we all panicked and contacted Warren Black. He was very nice about working with this, but it wasn't really clear about the whole cannabis thing until it was too late. So it was a mistake. And we ripped out an entire farm of plants that were they were getting it ready for growing food for the food bank. And so they had to rip everything out, only to find out that it was a mistake and then put it all back. So the food bank did ultimately get tons of food that was provided by this farm. But in the meantime, there was a lot of stress and a lot of cost and labor involved in it. But that wasn't really bad enough. Warren was really nice about it, by the way. As that wasn't really bad enough, what happened then is we just recently got a bill for the mistake that was made by you guys that cost us so much money, thousands of dollars to do it. And now we just got a bill for $885 to pay for the time that the county put into this potential abatement that was a mistake. So somebody needs to contact us and clarify this. And you're lucky that I didn't really throw a fit about it, because it was wrong and shouldn't have happened. The other thing is, as I mentioned before, I appreciate Shauna's work as a code enforcement person along with Warren Black. They've been very polite, very respectful. I did ask at the Board of Supervisors to please not have the other person that's working on some of our code enforcement issues stay on our cases, because I think that there's some violations of prejudice that is going on and injustices. And rather than having a really big drama about it, it would be better to just assign a new caseworker for me on some issues. The other thing is notification. The notification is crazy. I was notified about an appeal that I could have by putting it on the church that you guys tore down.
Dottie,
so
Dottie, this was my mistake. The buzzer didn't go off. I gave you 3.5 minutes because I felt bad. I was trying to let you know that you had 30 seconds, but you went into your last item. So just, Well, you had 3.5 minutes already. So I gave you extra because I wasn't able to get your attention to tell you that the beeper went off. So I apologize for
Right.
that.
Okay.
All right.
So anyway,
Sorry.
notification. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and my fault.
Uh,
but I gave you extra time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, next week we'll be back. Or week after.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Thanks, Dottie. Sorry about that. All right, we will go back to the board. Thank you for letting us do public comment. We have a very patient team of individuals waiting to share a lot of information. So the time set today comes to us from Supervisor Wilson, and it's quite large, and he's got a large team of people involved. It's regarding the drought conditions and implications for wildfire. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Wilson, Vice Chair Wilson, to get us through this piece of informational area period and questions, and we'll go from there. So thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I will hand this to you.
All right, thank you, Chair Bass. Appreciate it, and I appreciate those that are watching and those that are presenting today. So I asked to put this on the agenda, this item, with just as in relationship to the conditions that we're coming into. Some are calling it drought. I think there are many of us who would say this is really getting into climate change because it's deeper of an issue than we've seen before. But I want to start the conversation with the folks that are here today. I want to make sure that everyone understands that the sort of the lineup of folks today, which they're going to speak very briefly about what the perspectives that we're seeing from different corners of the county and the region on this condition, on this climate condition that we're entering into. So this is just the beginning, and we need to have this discussion. I believe we're going to have it more as we move forward. We seem to be coming out of one crisis and into the next, and I think that seems to be a lot of what we deal with. So Hank Seaman on our staff, Deputy Director of Public Works, was very, very helpful in pulling this together. And so I guess I'll just start this off. We're going to hear from the National Weather Service. We're going to hear from our CAL FIRE. We're going to hear from the Yurok tribe. We're going to hear from the representative from the Karuk tribe. We're going to hear from the Water District, our Public Works, Building and Planning, and Emergency Services. I think that just covers a lot of the entities that are starting to gear up for this unprecedented change that we're about to collectively live through together. So with that, I'm going to introduce Kathleen Zontos, hydrologist with the National Weather Service, to give us sort of the broad brush update of where we're at. And just to add, the state has made declarations already about this. More, I think, will come. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kathleen.
Thank you very much. I just want to confirm you all can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you for the introduction. I am the hydrologist at the National Weather Service in Eureka. And just the upfront message that I have is Humboldt County is currently in moderate to severe drought. And what we're looking at for the summer months ahead is the drought to continue and possibly worsen for parts of the county. But so far, looking at our current status right now, just looking at Eureka, that we're at 60% of normal rainfall for the water year. And we look at the water year because it captures our winter rainfall instead of looking at the calendar year. And just to kind of reemphasize, the water year runs from October until September. And so even though we're in the middle of our water year right now, we already passed through the winter time and we're entering into our dry months, and we're well below normal. And the rest of the county it's ranging 50 to 70% of normal rainfall. And so the fact that we had a drier than normal winter this year, we had a drier than normal winter last year, means we're in moderate to severe drought right now. And some typical impacts that we can see with moderate to severe drought are pasture land growth is stunted. We need to irrigate sooner, and stock ponds are lower than normal. And then we see the effects on our rivers too. River flows decrease, reservoir levels are low, and temperatures of the water get warmer as well. But I think our other panelists will probably have more to speak on specific impacts of our county. But so what does that mean for the summer months ahead of us? Is essentially weather-wise, the damage has already been done. And so we saw 2 back-to-back winters of below normal rainfall. And we're not going to see relief until our next winter, when we could see our hopefully normal rainfall. But even if we see normal rainfall next winter, doesn't mean we're out of the woods yet. And so it's possible we could see some moisture this summer with some storm, like just late season storm systems, but it's not going to be enough to bring us out of drought. If anything, any moisture we do receive or any cooler temperatures might just help stave off any immediate drought impacts, and especially fire weather impacts as well. But where the damage has been done, and it looks like it could get worse before it gets better. And so the overall summer outlook is drought will persist over the summer months. We're looking at above normal temperatures and about normal chances for rainfall. But again, since it's our dry months, it's not much rainfall, if any at all. And then just to touch on the fire weather potential, there is greater than normal chances for significant wildfires across Humboldt County. And so if we do see worsening drought conditions across the county, we could see some impacts that impact or where agriculture and livestock folks will rely on supplemental feed. They can't rely on pasture lands. There's not enough water to meet irrigation needs, and low river levels are going to adversely affect the native fish and other species. So that kind of concludes what I have. End of report.
Okay, great. Thanks for starting the frame up for us. Next, we have Kurt McCrae with Humboldt Del Norte Unit Chief with CAL FIRE. Are you with us, Kurt?
I am. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, and I can see you now too.
Great. Well, thank you, and thank you to the National Weather Service. At times, they provide us critical information to make strategic positioning decisions that lead to our success many of the times. So thank you to all of those folks who give us the information we need. So as Catherine pointed out, we're definitely looking at an unfortunate situation ahead of us. And really the concerns that I have with respect to the conditions are the dry fuels, some of which are at or below record fuel moisture levels, which is very concerning. And that is for both live fuel moistures and dead fuel moistures. And one thing that is right beneath our feet that is even more concerning is the soil moistures that we have here locally that oftentimes provide the resilience to our landscapes with high fuel moistures throughout the summer. We're not seeing those well-established soil moistures that lead to high fuel moistures, which really mitigate the harmful effects of wildfire. So with all of that and the recognition across the state with our condition, CAL FIRE has advanced staffing of equipment and facilities. And on June 1st, all equipment, aircraft, and facilities will be fully staffed at peak staffing. This is about 3 weeks ahead of normal schedule as we had normally planned. The concern here, what I'm seeing across our county and the North Coast, is we're probably 4 to 6 weeks ahead of burning conditions. And while that's not a primary concern in the next 60, maybe even 90 days, it's a very significant concern when we reach out to looking at possibly 5 to 6 months of no precipitation and the exponential effects that has on fuel moistures and fire behavior and intensity. So with that, this is the year that everyone has a part in mitigating wildfires. And that is not just government and emergency services, that is everyone in our communities to be diligent and very careful and fire safe with their activities. Also, the creation and maintenance of defensible space is essential to our abilities to help defend structures, property, and the wildland. And also, I really encourage people to heed evacuation warnings and orders. It helps us do our jobs, and it minimizes complications in our strategy and tactics with respect to protecting life, property, and the environment. And a great way to get stay up to date on those things is through Humboldt Alert, through the County of Humboldt, the emergency notification systems, as well as supporting our local fire departments. Oftentimes they make a difference that few people notice. And then for more information, readyforwildfire.org is a state-based website for a variety of information relating to wildfires preparation for that inevitable event that hopefully doesn't occur this year in our county. And then lastly, I wanted to leave something, a little bit of a trivial fact, but of very significant importance to me, is at one point last fall, 5 of the 6 largest fires in recorded California history were burning at the same time in California. So the potential is there, and our conditions this year are far worse than they were at this time last year. With respect to that, we've had about double the number of fires statewide for this time year versus the average year. And as an indicator to last year, the number of acres burned year to date this year compared to last year is 400%. So that's 4 times as many acres have burned this time as of year to date this year versus last year. So thank you for letting me speak and share the information, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief McCray. I really appreciate it. Our next speaker.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Do you want, Supervisor Bohn raised his hand. I didn't know if you guys want to wait till after the presentation for questions, or do we do them along the way? And I can call on the people for, so you don't have to mess with that.
I think if supervisors have 1 or 2 quick questions during this presentation, I think that's good. But we do have, our presenters have schedules as well, and I want to make sure that we are, we think about that too. So.
Okay. Well, Supervisor Bohn did have his hand. So
first thing I thought of. Hey, Kurt, could you give a quick highlight or an overview of what the governor did yesterday with the added aircraft and the further commitment he made to California and more importantly to your department, to your agency?
Well, specifically, I don't have the details on the aircraft, but we are augmenting our aircraft availability, and some of that will be done through contracts with private aircraft vendors to have a little bit more flexibility and capacity in our aviation program. We've been afforded extra money to augment our spring staffing, and those details I don't have specifically, but I'll be happy to forward those to you and the board when I collect those.
I think it was 12 helicopters and 4 birds, or 4 planes, because he was at McCullough announcing it yesterday. So, all of it's good, and like 1,900 more seasonal firefighters. So you guys are putting a strong front forward. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for that additional information. So next on our list is UROC Tribal Chairman Joe James, and I want to just this is what Chairman James is going to talk about today is just a reminder that while we talk about whether Humboldt County by itself or within its borders is in moderate to extreme drought conditions currently, we have systems that move through Humboldt County, river systems and that move through it that come from other parts of the state that are even having more extreme conditions, and that has impact on us too. And I think Chairman James will have an illustration of that. So welcome, Chairman James.
Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson and other supervisors. Thank you for this time. Ayikwi Neknau, Joseph James, Chairman of the Yurok tribe. I come from the village of Shragon along the lower Klamath River. I just wanted to highlight the importance, the extreme importance that we're going through right now. The Klamath River and the basin is in a state of emergency due to the drought. Drought is nothing new to the area. It's something that we had to deal with, unfortunately continue to deal with, but we are having, as we speak, small juvenile salmon dying right now with the hard push of the tribes, our partners within Humboldt and County with dam removal. These are juveniles are going to come back and being able to enjoy the lifeways of the river post dam removal. Fishermen on the ocean, tourists on the river, tribes on the river. And so right now, we are in a state of emergency. The Yurok tribe has declared a drought state of emergency. We've been working with the governor and his secretary of staff. They have declared the Klamath River as a drought. I urge the county, I know there's data and information, but the science and the facts are here. We are in a drought. I urge the county to declare a drought, if not, at least the eastern portion side of the river. As we know, when there's a fire, as the fire chief just mentioned, fire is coming, unfortunately. And when we're in the middle of it, all resources are being scooped up and grabbed. So I want to make sure us together, we're all in this together from a county's perspective, as when those needs are there, we're doing everything we can as elected officials, leaders, tribal leaders. And again, I just wanted to highlight the importance of the drought, the river, the state of emergency that we are in. The river is our lifeway, it's our livelihood, it's our culture, it's our identity, who we are. And again, we want to take care. The river takes care of us. We want to make sure we take care of it. And we're doing everything we can in short-term and long-term solutions there. And again, I just wanted to highlight and advocate and bring awareness. I'm sure you know already, but we are in a state of emergency. We are losing our young juvenile fish, and we had a 2002 fish kill. For me, in the fall, we're looking at, that can't happen. We're going to do everything we can within our powers, and we're asking our partners too here on this call to do everything you can. Continue to reach out to yourselves, the governor, the federal government, because unfortunately no one should be able to walk those banks again and witness a 2002 fish kill on the lower Klamath River, because that impacts us all. And so I just wanted to bring the awareness and the importance in the state of emergency that we are in, not just the river, but the whole basin itself. Waklau.
Thank you, Chairman James, for that assessment and perspective that I think is important, and yeah, that we're going to see impacts, like I said, coming through us and onto us in this case. The next speaker we have here today is Craig Tucker, and he is today has his hat on as a natural resource consultant representing the Karuk tribe, and I'm hoping we can hear from him next.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate being here in good company. Water managers have been warning us since late last summer into the fall that we had the potential of a catastrophic drought in 2021. And of course, those worst fears have become realized. And it's not just us, it's most of the American West is experiencing extreme or exceptional drought conditions as designated by U.S. Drought Monitor. Most of California is under extreme drought, although the headwaters of our largest rivers are in extreme, or in the case of the Klamath, exceptional drought conditions. And even though that seems a little far away to us, the flow impacts and the fisheries impacts of that is being felt right here along the coast. And we have seen a lot of droughts before, and we've seen droughts in recent years. But I just want to make sure that no one thinks that 2021 is another run-of-the-mill drought situation. I would say that this year is particularly concerning for several reasons. The 2-year period from April of 2019 to March of 2021 has been as dry as any 2-year period since 1900. Only the epic drought years of 76 to 77 and 2014 to 15 are drier. And only 3 2-year periods in the past 120 have been hotter. So what I'm going to suggest is what a lot of other experts are suggesting is that this is something more significant than a drought. In California, 9 out of the 11 hottest years on record and 3 out of the 5 driest years on record have occurred since 2011. So what I'm trying to say is the weather is changing, and this is a change that really has been predicted by climatologists for at least 2 decades. So what we're living in here is not really a drought, but a new normal that's being driven by climate change. I think we can learn a little bit about, what are we to do? We can learn a little bit about how California, the county, regional agencies dealt with the drought of 2012 to 2014. And I think it's fair to say that some sectors of our economy are better equipped to deal and manage drought than others. Oftentimes, agriculture can turn to groundwater pumping when surface water supplies dwindle. In the Central Valley and in the Upper Klamath, farmers were largely able to mitigate to some degree drought impacts through groundwater sources that were developed after the drought of 1977. Other sectors, such as rural residents that depend on domestic wells, these are usually shallower wells than the larger agricultural wells, suffered with impacts to domestic water supply. And of course, fisheries and everyone that depend on fisheries for cultural subsistence and economic purposes really suffered. So lawmakers responded after the last drought, realizing that this rush to groundwater was creating other kinds of problems. So California developed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, requiring local bodies to develop groundwater plans to meet the challenges of water shortages while protecting all the beneficial uses of water, including surface flows and fisheries. Despite that, freshwater ecosystems in Humboldt County and around the state suffered greatly in the last drought as they are this year. This year, the Eel River is projected to run dry before it meets the ocean by the time summer is over. Low flows in the Klamath are contributing to this massive outbreak of a fish disease called sea shasta. It's going to nearly wipe out this year's class of juvenile Chinook and coho salmon, as Chairman James noted. So I think we all hope this year's an outlier, and then we'll get to winter and it'll rain and everything will be fine. But the data suggests that the experts have simply been correct for years. The climate's changing. This is a new normal where we can expect warmer temperatures and a pretty dramatic swings in what we expect in the winter. So the predictions are we'll swing from really dry winters like the last couple to really wet winters, but less snowfall. And so we have to now start to respond to this new normal and not go into an state of emergency every time it's dry. We have to learn to expect this. So I would suggest that adjusting to this new climate reality addresses issues in the following areas. Number one is we have to make sure everyone has safe and affordable drinking water. So some of our local communities may be at risk of losing access to drinking water for having shallow domestic wells or based on surface flows or streams that are being impacted by poor hydrologic conditions. We need to assess the risk to these communities and seek the funds necessary to secure water supplies for this portion of our community. We have to collaborate to reduce uncertainties in agricultural water supplies and help agriculture develop operational flexibility. The ag sector just can't expect to have the same chunk of water year in and year out, no matter what the hydrology is. So things like lining canals, piping diversions, are all things that help the ag sector prepare for the new climate reality. And I think the SIGMA process can be an example of how you can collaborate to solve some of these problems. Third, I would say we have to support investments in forest health. The health of our forest and the health of our streams are really one and the same. So forest management can reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfire and serve to make our watersheds more resilient in the face of climate change and hold water better. And then finally, we really have to support investments in growing and improving the health of our rivers and streams. If we don't establish restoration priorities and bring into balance water use for ag versus ecosystem services, we're going to see our fisheries continue to decline. This creates the risk of extinction. It creates great risk to native cultures in the area. our recreational and commercial fishing economies. And so we have to take on projects like the removal of deadbeat dams, the removal of unused logging roads or choking our streams with sediment. These are just two examples of the kinds of things we can do to dramatically improve fisheries and make them more resilient in the face of climate change. And we have to prioritize getting fish access to climate resilient habitats. So in the Klamath, this means accessing the cold water springs in the upper basin. In places like the Ill, it's getting fish into higher elevation cold water refugia so they can survive the summers. So I think you have a big challenge in front of you, but I think if you take anything away from my portion of this is it's not that this is a drought, it's that this is the new climate reality and we have to learn to deal with it. Thanks.
Thanks, Craig. That's some sobering thoughts, and I think that's where a lot of these discussions are heading throughout the state. The next person is Chris Harris, and he's the business manager for the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. And it's an interesting nexus here because it's the district that supplies majority of the citizens in Humboldt County with their drinking water, but it also manages in some ways the flow of water in one of our most significant watersheds, which is the Mad River through the Matthews Dam system. And so that is something we're going to probably be talking a lot more about in the near future. So Chris, are you with us?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me, Supervisor Wilson?
I see you and I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. So it's very interesting, everything that everyone has to say, because the district absolutely has seen multiple impacts, from the devastation up at Ruth, from the fire last year, to the reduced water flows. We are fortunate that the reservoir did fill to capacity last year, and we did, as you all know, I think we don't have a gated spillway, so we don't have control over that. So we did spill. However, the majority, and right now we're still sitting at 99% of reservoir capacity. Full reservoir capacity, to put it in terms of numbers that most of us can relate to, is just over 15 million gallons. The majority of the Mad River flow, the lower Mad River flow, one perspective that most people don't realize, that flow comes from tributaries. It doesn't come from releases at the dam. And so, as everyone here on the panel is talking about, those flows are not there. So the reduced flow in Mad River is absolutely a condition that we are all dealing with. In light of this, the district has also moved into a summer operation mode where we have reduced our flows from the dam in the attempt to conserve as much water as possible in the reservoir. So we are absolutely, and always have been, willing to assist others should severe drought conditions, just like what Mr. Tucker just mentioned. Communities absolutely need access to drinking water, and the district acknowledges that. Then that being said, we do have extra water rights under our state water rights. We always have, ever since the close of the mills. Last one, I think, left in 2009. We've always had excess water rights. In order to do that, it's not as easy as just simply packing up water and shipping it off to people. There has to be paperwork filed with the state, which is called a temporary change of use permit. That information was provided by the general manager, John Friedenbaugh. And of course, as with anything, there are costs involved with that. The other factor is that the district itself does not currently have the infrastructure to have water trucks show up at our doorstep to fill up. We do have several locations that the infrastructure could be installed. One would be at our Arcata location, and that would be water, collector water pre-treatment. So that water would still, in order to be potable, would still need to be treated with chlorine. The second location that the district has available is out at our 1 million gallon industrial water tank out on the peninsula. That is considered surface water. It is water straight out of the river. So in the wintertime, that water is very turbid, as you can imagine. In the summertime, and especially right now with reduced flows, the turbidity is not as great of an issue. However, also to be potable and be drinkable, that water would still have to be treated with chlorine. So those two locations, the infrastructure would have to be installed. There are 4 of the larger municipalities that the district serves. They do already have infrastructure in place, so that would also potentially be an option. The other thing to factor in is even some of the smallest communities use roughly 1 million gallons of water a month. So when you layer in trucking water to them and realize the size of an average water truck is 3,000 gallons, there are some that go a little bit larger. That's just another factor that just has to be considered, is how to make this feasible and reasonable. So I don't think, that's pretty much the district's position. We are absolutely happy to help. It's not as easy as just running a garden hose. That's all I have.
Thank you. It never is as easy as one might think. So I appreciate that perspective.
Supervisor Bohn has a quick question.
Sure.
Mike, I know it's not our county, but I want to recognize the water district. The day after the fires, they started working with property owners out there, and they are doing cleanup to keep their reservoir clean, but in conjunction with a lot of property owners and some local loggers and cleanup are taking all the heavy metals, all the stuff that could cause problems. They have taken them out of the basin, been working for months to get it approved, and they've worked with the United States Forest Service. So I think nothing said much about that, but considering that's where a large part of our water comes from, as you said, but that's also where a large part of our community recreates. I wanted to recognize Chris and John and their whole team for bending over backwards what they've done. Because I don't know if you've been up there lately, but it's amazing what they've done compared to, I was up there during the fires and the 2 weeks afterwards, and it is astonishing. So thank you guys.
Yep, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we'll stick around. There's going to be some questions and some more discussion. So next on this agenda, this quick moving agenda, is John Ford, and sort of talk about what we might expect from land use policies, both locally and from the state associated with this. I mean, understanding that all of the patterns that by which these resources are used and leveraged come from decisions that boards like ours make in terms of where people live and work and develop on the landscape. So, John.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. It's an interesting time, not only because of the concerns with the drought, but some other regulatory things are in place relative to cannabis, that there is a desire to end the temporary licensing. And while that has been extended into the middle of next year, there still is a sunset date on approving cannabis permits. And recognizing that, one of the things that the Planning and Building Department has done is attempted to up our volume in terms of what's been being approved. And we have done that. That has caught public concern. And there is increasing awareness of the number of permits being approved and concern with the drought in relationship to those permits. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our existing regulatory environment, concern with wells, and then what we're trying to do to respond to that. First of all, the existing ordinances, we have 2 that are applicable to our applications. We're going to call them the first ordinance, which is commonly called 1.0, and then the more recent ordinance is 2.0. Under 1.0, existing cultivators can divert water, but new cultivation cannot divert from surface water. Under 2.0, there is no allowance for surface diversions. All water must either come from a rainwater catchment, must come from a municipal water source, or come from a well. And that really has become the focus of a lot of the public's concern, is with wells. And for both 1.0 and 2.0 applications, wells have become an important source of water. It's important because it's an immediate source of water. It's not dependent upon rainfall, and it does not require large amounts of storage to provide the irrigation needs of a cultivator. But there are concerns that have been raised, and the big term that's used is hydrological connectivity. And while wells may not be diversionary, there is the concern that the water that they're drawing from ultimately does feed into the lakes or the creeks, streams, and ultimately the rivers, as Ms. Harris just mentioned. So the other concern is that they often pull from the same source as other residential users. And there's concern that cannabis will lower the groundwater table and potentially adversely affect the water source for residential users. So all applications are reviewed to determine whether or not they're a diversionary water source. And we do review wells to try to attempt, without the benefit, admittedly, of a hydrogeologist, to determine if it's pulling from an underflow of a lake, stream, or river. And under 2.0, for small parcels, it requires that a pump drawdown test be done to determine whether or not a well is likely to have an adverse effect on an adjoining property owner. So currently, what we are doing in response to this is we have started to initiate discussions with local geologists and hydrogeologists to better understand the possible relationships between well use and surface water in creeks, streams, and rivers, and to try to get our hands wrapped around this issue. The discussions to date, unfortunately, point to one overarching reality, is that it's a complicated issue and one size does not fit all circumstances. There are areas in the county where groundwater extraction may have little impact on creeks, streams, and rivers. There are areas where groundwater extraction should be carefully reviewed to protect the resource. Where we're at right now is additional analysis of this is needed before proposing any action or course of action. I do want to point out that there is a restriction in 2.0 on water use, and it does provide that in special circumstances, the county reserves the right to reduce the extent of any commercial cannabis activity, including but not limited to the area of cultivation allowed under any clearance or permit issued in accordance with the ordinance. And this would include sustained drought or low flows in the watershed. 1.0 does not include this language. Some of the concerns that have been expressed is that we're approving a large number of mega grows. And I just want to bring up that of the 885 cultivation permits that have been issued to date, less than 2% of those are over an acre. In this calendar year, we've approved 102 cultivation permits to date. 80 of those are for pre-existing cultivation. 16 are for new, and 6 are for a combination of new and pre-existing. We've got approximately 500 pre-existing cultivation applications left in the queue, and approximately 700 other applications still in the queue. So I bring this up because it's important from a regulatory standpoint. Before just moving to a situation where there's a desire to see us stop processing applications or to impose water use restrictions, that this does affect, just like agriculture, this affects people's livelihood. And a lot of people have invested greatly into these permits. The Planning and Building Department has, as an alternative, been exploring alternative legal sources of water that could be made available to cultivators. Unfortunately, we have not been able to find one good, clear path yet. we are continuing to explore these options. So, thank you.
I see another map with a corrected version. I'll show it to you.
Thank you, Director Ford. I appreciate that outlining of kind of a very pertinent issue in this time, and that we're seeing a lot of anxiety over from all kinds of different directions, as you can imagine, right? This is a dynamic situation with regards to climate and hydrology, and so one would expect that we are entering into these kind of tough discussions. You know what? I skipped over Hank. Did I skip over Hank here? I did. Hank, you were next in the list, and I apologize. I just jumped right over there. I put a check mark there when I shouldn't have. So, Hank, you want to jump in here and give some perspective on what we're seeing in some of our basins here in Humboldt County?
Sure. Good morning. Hank Seaman, Public Works Deputy Director for Environmental Services. And I wanted to highlight two areas of focus that Public Works has been involved with in the Eel River watershed. So Eel River is a vast watershed. The majority is in Humboldt and Mendocino County, but it also touches Trinity, Glenn, and Lake counties. We've been focused in two specific areas, one at the top of the watershed and one at the bottom. So I'll just briefly mention the top. The PG&E has operated a hydroelectric facility on the main stem eel that generates hydropower and also diverts water to the Russian River Basin. And they have a series of dams that block migration of salmon and also have adverse effects on the river corridor. And so working with Supervisor Bohn and other partners, the county, Public Works is representing the county in the regional negotiations on the transition of the Potter Valley project. And that effort's being facilitated by Congressman Huffman. And, ultimately we will see the removal of Scott Dam and, changes in the water diversion. And, the effects of the water diversion are somewhat limited for water coming into Humboldt County. And that, our watershed can accommodate, especially winter diversions. So I think that will be what the future looks like for the Potter Valley project. It's going to take a fair amount of time to work through the cost and the various legal and administrative issues there. I also wanted to highlight what Public Works is involved with at the bottom of the watershed. So as Craig mentioned earlier, the state passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in 2014, and that was in the middle of a multi-year drought. And Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is intended to support appropriate use of groundwater and to ensure that groundwater pumping is not causing significant and unreasonable adverse impacts. So that legislation applies to specific larger groundwater basins throughout the state. And within Humboldt County, it only applies to the Eel River Valley groundwater basin. So that encompasses Ferndale, Lolita, Fortuna, Carlotta, Hydesville, Rio Dell, and Scotia. And so there's a regulatory mandate to develop a groundwater sustainability plan. Public Works is leading that effort. Last year, the county formed what's called a groundwater sustainability agency. So that's the first step in complying with SGMA. So we're currently in the process of developing that groundwater sustainability plan. We received a state grant to do that. The groundwater sustainability plan is focused on the overall sustainability of the basin, so it's not an immediate reaction to drought. Groundwater is a really important resource in the River Valley. It's used for drinking water, both for domestic wells and also municipalities. It's used for agricultural irrigation, and groundwater also provides environmental benefits. It replenishes streams and supports wetland vegetation. So the state required this groundwater sustainability plan for the Eel River Valley Basin because groundwater is known to be a significant resource in the valley, and there was limited information about the effects of pumping. So it's not because there was a known problem with pumping, but because there was limited information and there was just unanswered questions about the potential effects of pumping. So we're in the process of very detailed technical studies to understand that groundwater, surface water interaction. We're about 1/3 complete, I would say. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act has a very rigid planning framework and timeline, and our deadline for completing that plan is January of 2022. The Eel River Valley is really unique compared to other basins statewide, like the Central Valley, where there's known concerns about overdrafting groundwater. The groundwater aquifer in the Eel River Valley is really this vast underground reservoir with huge storage capacity, and the data we have shows very stable water levels. One of the unanswered questions, though, is pumping having an effect on in-stream flows during the late summer and early fall? And we know groundwater and surface water are connected, but we don't know if pumping is having a significant and unreasonable effect on the beneficial uses of in-stream flows during the late season. So that's a very technical question. Right now, we don't know the answer. We're collecting data. As we speak, we're installing monitoring wells to collect data, and we're developing a very sophisticated computer model to help address that question. So I just wanted to highlight that the groundwater sustainability plan for the Eel River Valley is a small part of a much bigger picture in the context of the Eel River watershed. Being at the bottom of the watershed, we're dependent on the flow that comes in from upstream. And the groundwater sustainability plan is not a drought plan per se, but it will consider a range of water year types. And we're still very early in that planning process. So we'll be providing updates to our stakeholders as the technical studies progress. And then this fall or early winter, we'll be bringing the draft plan to the board for consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Hank. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that, again, focusing on a different tangent about what is really just the bigger issue that we're here to talk about today. So next, we're going to hear from Ryan Derby, our emergency services manager here. Oh, there I see a hand up. So
Supervisor Bushnell.
Hi, thank you through the chair. I wanted to ask Hank a question. The SGMA would be happening regardless of drought conditions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so realistically, there's a lot to discuss with the SGMA, that really doesn't focus on the drought issues.
That's right. SGMA is not intended to be this mechanism for immediate action. It's really looking at the overall sustainability. We do want to understand the sustainability in the context of different water year types, but this is more of a medium-term outlook or horizon for conditions in the Eel River Valley.
And the monitoring for SGMA will go forward for many years to come.
Yes, one of the requirements will be identifying representative monitoring sites and having management criteria and monitoring relative to that criteria.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thanks, Hank. Appreciate that. Next is Ryan Derby. So are you there?
I am. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you and see you.
Very good. So this morning, I'm mostly going to focus on various disaster designations that have already taken place, some financial relief options that are available as a result of those, and then discuss a local proclamation. So on March 5th of this year, the U.S. Department of Agriculture granted a secretarial disaster designation for Humboldt County. This was the result of a nearly automated process for counties with a severe drought rating for at least 8 consecutive weeks, as determined by the U.S. Drought Monitor. Following that USDA disaster designation, U.S. Small Business Administration, or SBA, issued a declaration to include Humboldt County. And what these two federal declarations do is open up loan opportunities for farmers and ranchers who conduct family-sized farming operations through the USDA loan option, and for small non-farm businesses, small agricultural cooperatives, and most private nonprofits under the SBA loan option. Currently, with the May 10th Governor's State of Emergency Proclamation, there is not any promise of CDAA or California Disaster Assistance Act funding made available to counties who issue a local proclamation. And what that means is, in the absence of available CDAA funds, any county that issues a local emergency proclamation and dedicates staff time, materials, supplies, or equipment to a drought response, the county is on the hook for those funds with no avenue for state or federal reimbursement. So currently, in my view, the best relief options out there are through the USDA and SBA loan opportunities. These opportunities provide direct relief to those who are most affected by drought conditions. And it's fairly easy to apply. For the USDA loans, I'm going to give a phone number. Those interested in that can call 707-442-6058. And for the SBA, it's 1-800-659-2955. And I think, this morning, what we've seen throughout all the presentations is that there are some noticeable local impacts resulting from drought conditions in Humboldt County. However, those are hard to justify a county-wide local emergency proclamation at this time, in my view. And I feel that the best tactic and the tactic that my office is going to be taking is more along preparedness and mitigation lines, looking at resulting emergencies from dry conditions like wildfire, looking at things like evacuation planning, kind of a know your risk campaign, talking about the risks to the county, particularly in the interior regions, and then doing a heavy promotion of our alert and warning system, Humboldt Alert. Right now, I feel that there's a lot more data collection and analysis of local impacts that needs to be done before we do issue a local emergency proclamation. But as Kathleen said early on, we are expecting to see worsening conditions over the next few months. And I see that as an opportunity for us to do some additional planning around what the county can do to mitigate the effects of drought. And that concludes my report.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. So we've gotten through the speakers. I think maybe I talked with Chair Bass about this. Maybe this is a good time to get public comment, or maybe we should have a couple questions from the Board of Supervisors, some clarifications. What's your pleasure?
I would say maybe hold on. There's only a couple hands up for public comment. So let's say a couple questions from the board and a reminder to those of you who want to comment. It's a good time, call in now and press *9 to make sure we know your hand is up. So if you want to go with a couple questions, if there's some from the board, that'll give people more time to actually sign up who are meaning to call in and just haven't done that yet. But I don't see any hands up yet from the board.
All right, then. You can use your hand up if you have questions. Let's see here. I'll start in with just a couple of things here. Going back to Chris, is Chris Harris still with us? Okay, great. Hey, Chris, I was wondering, you were mentioning that we have the Matthews Dam is full. It was designed. The system was designed to supply 2 pulp mills, which no longer exist. I think there was 60 million gallons a day combined. So as we talk about increased use from domestic and industrial users, you're saying that would not increase flows commensurately from releases from the dam, or how does that work? Is there any relationship between what's getting used and what's being released from the dam? Because as I understand, the dam is the reservoir and the river is the pipeline. And so
you could look at it that way. We pull water from the collectors, basically in the Arcata location, They're rainy collectors, and it's 90, most of them are 90 feet below surface. They're in the gravel bed. So I wouldn't say that it's definitely related. It's the whole system, it's a whole hydrology system. It's definitely related. There is specific reasons that we've reduced our flow from the reservoir, but it doesn't come down straight into the river and then we pull it out of the river. That's surface water. So we pull out of the aquifer.
Okay, but if there were pulp mills running, do you think the releases from the reservoir would be more?
Well, I mean, I don't know that I can answer that question, because the question would be, well, do we have a contract with the pulp mills that don't exist anymore? How much is the contract for? You know, what are we required? So I can't really answer that question.
Okay, and I have heard that the district is looking to work to allocate an ecosystems services flow basically from the reservoir. Do you know anything about that and how that's looking at basically giving right or trying to establish rights, an ecological right for the river to receive flows? Do you have any updates on that effort? Or
I can speak to that at a 50,000 foot level. The district water rights do contain the water that was going to the pulp mill. So there's, like you said, 60 million gallons plus that aren't, and of that, a lot of that is not going anywhere. It's not currently allocated. So the district is working, we consider it called in-stream flow dedication. The district is looking at dedicating water rights to in-stream flow. And much more than that, it's kind of out of my lane. I'm more the dollars and cents. So that's probably, there's other people at the district that are more qualified to answer that question.
Okay, well, that's great. It's good to know. John, you were mentioning that there's an interest in, kind of looking at what I think is, do you believe that there's a lot of interest in the cannabis permits? Do you think that an aggregated or looking at all those permits combined as they're moving through, are we putting that together into what we expect, what kind of draw we're going to see in these watersheds at all, or any kind of sort of cumulative impact? I know we did an EIR for the for those permit process or for the ordinances. Are we seeing any connectivity between that and what's being permitted?
So yes, the short answer is yes. The bigger answer is how to address this whole idea of connectivity. And that is something that we are endeavoring to get more information around. Mm-hmm. And it could have a far-reaching consequences. It in some areas, it may not in others. Mm-hmm. And so I don't want to say things speculatively that would lead people to the wrong conclusions without facts. So what we're trying to do right now is get enough facts then to have meaningful discussions on what would be an appropriate path forward.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to have more of those discussions for sure. And I guess I have one last question before I cede to other folks here, which this is for Craig. And I'm asking this question because I think you're the biologist I see on this list here. So I want to ask you to, if you can, just for the lay person, for for those of us who are unfamiliar with where, I think there's a perception out there that no matter where you draw water from a watershed, it has the same impact. Can you describe sort of like the geographic difference within a watershed, where you draw water from and its dynamic, its impact versus where it comes from?
Yeah, the Klamath is really big. I mean, I don't think people realize there's, I think, 6 U.S. states that are smaller than the Klamath watershed. And the way fish use the watershed is highly variable. And so when I think about climate change and what are we going to do to make sure fish survive climate change? I think the Klamath has certain features that made it resilient to changes in climate throughout geologic history. So I think about the Shasta subbasin. So the Shasta is a spring-fed system. These springs are driven by glaciers atop of Mount Shasta. And so it creates this 200 CFS base flow in the Shasta that's there year in, year out, month in, month out. And so protecting that, when we allow, ranchers to divert these springs to flood irrigate pasture, it's a real catastrophe for salmon who are trying to use where those springs enter the river as their cold water refugia. So sometimes the solution to that is let the rancher divert from the main stem of a river versus having a rancher divert directly from a spring. So, not all habitats created equal from the perspective of fish, and where you get your water, it can have a dramatic impact. And so, sometimes it's that fight over, water volumes, but sometimes maybe it's a simpler fight about the point of diversion. So I think the Shasta is a really good example of a place where the point of diversion makes a huge difference in the success of fish. And I think you'll see that in other little sub-basins around the county, and that should guide our prioritization for fish restoration projects.
So just as a follow-up, that same principle you would say is Mad River, Eel River, it's like the point of diversion or use or collection is as important as the volume in terms of the discussion about what its impact might be.
Yeah, and it's really prioritizing that clean cold water for fish. And, if you're irrigating pasture, it really, water quality is not as big of a deal for the purpose of irrigating pasture as it is for salmon. So that choice of where you get the water, but it's complicated because everybody's water right in their permit, the point of diversion is a key part of their permit. So that's where landowners really need help from agencies and NGOs to help amend those water rights sometimes to change points of diversion.
All right. Hey, thanks for that. All right. So I'll hand this back over to the chair to manage more questions.
All right. Well, we have a couple supervisors, and I saw both Supervisor Bushnell and Madrone, and I did not see which one had their hands up first. So I will okay, Supervisor Bushnell. Thank you, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to ask a couple questions of Director Ford. I've gotten a lot of emails and questions about the amount of cannabis permitting that is going through. And I want to clarify through you that a lot of the cannabis permits that are being approved right now are 1.0s that have already been running for several years.
That is correct.
So their usage of water and their water sources and the structure of their cannabis permit, that's coming through the Planning Commission right now is just a formality to get them to completion with their permit. They've already, this is not new for our county or new permits.
They're not for new, that is correct. There's, I think the percentage is for this year is about 15% of the actual approvals to date are for new alone, only new. 80% are for pre-existing. I would add though, just in full disclosure, that sometimes pre-existing cultivators will be moving to an authorized water source, and sometimes that is a well. And we saw that in one of the appeals.
Okay, thank you for that. Additionally, I wanted to, so through our Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee with Supervisor Madrone and yourself, the water discussion, well usage, and that type of thing is something we have been talking about extensively in the last 2 months. And we know our county and our supervisors are aware that it's an issue and something that we're trying to come up with a plan.
That is correct. I think the nature of the discussion is that this has been an important economic driver for the county. And these are predominantly pre-existing users. And so it's important to continue to give them the resources that they need and protect other sources of water, particularly in streams that may be running low where there's a diversion, or wells that may be affecting residential users. And so we are looking for legal approved sources of water. Some of the struggles were brought up by the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District. That's some of what we've come into, but we're not without options to explore.
Thank you. And then finally, I just want to say thank you to all the presenters, and thank you to Supervisor Wilson. I would be interested in hearing from our Ag Commissioner. You know, our Ag Department and our agriculture on our county is a huge producer, and I think that we could, I think that Jeff Dolph would have something to add, and I would like to hear from him, possibly if we bring this subject back.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, yeah, thank you, Supervisor Wilson, for bringing this forward, and for all the presenters in filling in the blanks, you know, on what's going on out there in our communities and our watersheds, et cetera. I actually disagree with waiting on a proclamation. I really firmly believe that we need to pass a proclamation like today. I know we can't do that because it wasn't, this agenda item wasn't designed for that, but I want to advocate for getting that done sooner than later. You know, and the reasons for that are the fact that the reservoir is 99% full is great, but it's easy to be misguided by that. And as was mentioned by Chris and others, just because the reservoir is full doesn't mean all the tributaries in the rest of the river aren't going dry. And so, you know, it's a false feeling of security with a full reservoir when in fact the lower river is you know, drying up. It probably won't stop flowing, but the tributaries are drying up. And so again, I recognize that something like 80% or more of Humboldt County's residents get their water from Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, and so therefore might feel some security around that. But the vast majority of the county land base is experiencing severe drought. And many of those tributary streams and many of those rural water supply districts are getting very low on water and could easily be running out of water later this summer. And we've heard about all the fish kills on the Klamath. I mean, we're in a really serious situation now. And I recognize that by doing the proclamation, it might mean the county might have to absorb some costs, but I think we owe it to our Native American populations, to the Klamath River residents, and to all our rural water districts to declare this proclamation. And if there's some costs associated with that, we need to do this. You know, this is serious. This is not something that we should just be sitting around and talking about without taking some action. So I want to speak strongly for passing that proclamation. I know there's pluses and minuses to doing that, but I just don't think that it's okay to sit back and think because we have a 99% full reservoir that we're okay and that we don't need to do that. Not that anybody's saying that specifically. Additionally, I think we need to do this because we really need to send the alarm out to our community that we are in a severe situation and water conservation measures need to start now. And just because the reservoir is full doesn't mean that those 80% of the community shouldn't be conserving water. By doing that, by conserving that water, that leaves more water in the river for the fish and for all the other aquatic resources. So I really think we need to do that. And I understand that there are short-term things we need to do, like a proclamation, as well as other things. And then there are longer-term things. And I very much have appreciated my work with Supervisor Bushnell and with John Ford talking about how we can further incentivize water storage during the winter when there's a lot of rain, or if we have to divert from a well or a stream when there's high flows, and then storing that to make it through the summer. We really need to add a lot more tax incentives and permit incentives for water storage to help people be able to start collecting rainwater. I mean, it won't be very long before we're all going to have a 5,000 gallon tank in our backyard collecting rainwater off our roofs in order to make it through the summer. If you want to irrigate your orchard or your garden, grow food and things like that, That's where we're heading. And those are longer term fixes, but we've started some conversations with Senator McGuire to see what the legislature might be able to do, both in the short term and the long term. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I just really wanted to speak strongly for taking action now.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Madrone, and we will go to public comment. We've got a few more hands in. Currently, there are 6 folks. So I tried to keep track of who showed up when. So the first 2 in line.
Supervisor Bassett?
Yes, sir.
Can I speak or?
Yes, go ahead. I mean,
no,
Supervisor Bohn.
And I appreciate the passion for a proclamation, but to say that if we do a proclamation, the people of Humboldt County and especially our staff will stop sitting around and talking about it, knowing full well they've been working on this for years since the last one, and keeping those guidelines. I fully agree with you on the water tanks. I think we should incentivize with Measure S dollars, or people that do water storage get their costs and maybe adjust their taxes, their cultivation tax. I heard 3 speakers talk about forest resiliency and forest health. So I did a whole bunch of backlogs yesterday, and they're talking about bringing the trees back in the forest, both on the federal and the state, back into a workable, healthy forest. So they can, the 240 to 270 trees per acre. So they're a good, healthy forest instead of the 400 quarter. Considering each tree uses 60 gallons a day per acre, that has a lot to do. I mean, you got to figure out how many acres of forest land we have, and then we're focusing on the 420 acres of cannabis, which has to be addressed. But out of 2.63 million acres in Humboldt County, there's a lot of ground that we can get water from besides, the way we're looking. I think, and John Ford is looking at those avenues, but I'd like to see incentivize this Measure S money. I would like to incentivize maybe even our tax money for 2 years, so we do water storage. But I know our staff, a proclamation, we heard a proclamation really, because the state has done one, but we've also got one for homelessness, and we've also got one for COVID.
All right, thank you.
And, sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to, you can hear, yeah, I did tell the public we were going out there. I'll certainly come back to you, but you were kind of going.
No, it's fine. Thank you.
I just wanted to say,
thank you.
I'll come right to you. I'll come back to you first when we come back. What I was trying to say is that I don't think Supervisor Madrone meant any disrespect, and I also understand Supervisor Bohn's passion as well. I just figured let's get the public comment and we'll come back and we can continue that conversation because I wasn't sure when it was going to wrap up. So So for the first 2 speakers, we have 0798 and 3053. So if you are 0798, press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Paul Rosenblatt. I'm the general manager of the West Haven Community Services District, and I'm calling in to talk about trucked water. Last year, we had a leak on the order of about 250,000 gallons about in May, and I had to arrange for, in our operations plan, it says that we would truck water if we had a catastrophic leak. So I had to arrange for water to be trucked in both from Trinidad and McKinleyville. And the water trucks available in northern Humboldt are 1,630 or 50 gallons. So they're far less than the 3,000 gallons that Chris from Humboldt Bay was talking about. There is one other available B&B that they use for fire camps, and that's 5,500 gallons. I had all 5 water trucks running for about 2.5 days, 2 of which were basically dawn to dusk. 90,000 gallons of water were delivered, and it cost 10 cents a gallon. And we're pretty close to the infrastructure. So when people are talking about trucking water as a solution, it's really only could be utilized in an emergency, and logistically, it's extremely challenging. And last year, we weren't in quite as much of drought conditions as we are today, But the demand on the local water truck people is great. And so if there had been fire season, or if it had been later in the summer, those water providers would not have been able to suspend their normal operations to truck water for our district in a situation like this. So it's my opinion that the infrastructure currently available from private water trucking providers is not adequate on any level to mitigate the demand that there could be in an extreme drought for hauling water. That's just what I like to say. I think that a lot more work needs to be done on figuring out storage and repair of failing water lines and watershed management on in the rural areas. So thank you for having this topic on the agenda today, and I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Great, thank you. The next two are 3053 followed by 8859. So if you're 3053, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder here. This agenda item is actually why I'm following you guys today. I almost feel that we should be allowed 12 minutes because there is almost 4 different items discussed here. I know your respects are asking for people to be polite, but I feel like the way in which this presentation was structured was an attack on our rural property rights, especially those that live in rural areas. I'm going to encourage you not to make reactionary policy, especially whenever some of us may not like the current cannabis policy or the sprawling that our current land use designation is. So anything moving forward, let's run through the proper public process and be respectful of the environment and people's property rights. I heard during the presentation that there have been many droughts over the last 120 years. So let's have a bunch of science behind any policy moving forward. I don't disagree that we are in a drought condition right now. I think we should encourage as much rainfall catchment as possible or storage incentives. I liked what I heard from Supervisor Bohn and Madrone about tax incentives. Been asking for that for a long time. It would be great. When we talk about water, let's worry about the Potter Valley project. Let's worry about all that water that's diverted. We're sitting here trying to pick it ourselves whenever there's a great amount of water that's being left out of our area. I appreciate the presentation on who I didn't catch the staff member's name that said they didn't believe a proclamation was appropriate at this time. I'm going to request the supervisors that represent us in the rural districts for a presentation on the benefits of rural residential living. The problem solving, it helps with individuals for road maintenance and having to deal with their own water sources. And this is a tough subject for me. This one, the way in which this presentation is, cuts at my core. I think if we're going to be upfront and go after rural property rights, we need to be upfront. But we have our land use and our cannabis policy in place. And let's not disrespect that policy of all the general plan updates and all the ordinance updates that this county has gone through. I don't disagree that we need to store more water. And lastly, in my notes, the forbearance thing, well use has been a big thing, especially for cannabis. But let's talk about water use everywhere and way we can use a carrot to incentivize people to put in more storage.
Thomas, I'm not cutting you off. Thomas, your beeper didn't go off, so I'm going to say you have 30 seconds left.
Okay, and the last thing in my notes, in 2.0, in the development of 2.0, I went back through some of my notes. At some point in time, it was discussed for it, whatever the water source, to allow diversionary water, but also wells and diversionary water would have to forbear for new cultivation. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you, Thomas. All right, so missing minutes. Well, the next speaker, let's go with 1495. After 1495, please press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
This is,
You have 6 minutes, not 6. You have 3 minutes.
thank you. This is Sue Jacobson, and I was calling in because of the severeness of this drought. Here we've been through April and May now with virtually no water. In southern Humboldt, where I live, on our mountain, we got 1.5 inches in April and none in May. So my neighbors and I rely on surface water for our homesteads, and that includes all our domestic use and growing food. And most of us are not growing food this year because of the fear that we won't have the water at the end of summer to water those crops. And we're hoping that perhaps there could be a moratorium on well drilling until we get more science on the groundwater recharge rate when we have weather conditions like we have now. And perhaps having the well users not pump in late summer. I suspect there's going to be people with shallower wells are going to be missing out with their neighbors with the deeper well are taking the water. So anyway, I think there's more coming as the summer unfolds. We also need to save some of the surface water in our reservoirs and ponds for fire suppression if need be. And I'm very happy to hear that you all are concerned about these issues and looking into it. I'd love to see more research done on the recharge rates and groundwater sustainability up on the ridges where it's interconnected most definitely with the precipitation rate. And maybe some of the hydrology students at Humboldt State could be helping do some of those research projects as part of their educational process. And anyway, those are my suggestions for today. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, Sue. And our next two speakers will be ending in the last four, 8859 followed by 7429. So if you're, whoops, that was you, Sue. Sorry. Next two speakers, let's just go with the next one speaker, 7429. I've got too many numbers here. So if you were 7429, please press *6 to unmute.
Chair,
hi, can you hear me?
I already unmuted 8859.
Okay, I'm sorry. Like I said, I apologize. Sometimes the numbers show up differently on my screen. So we'll be back to 7429. And can we go to the, thank you, Ryan, for unmuting the 8859 number. I apologize for any confusion. It's been one of those days so far.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. My name's Alicia Heyman. I'm calling on behalf of Friends of the Eel River. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for making the time for this really important discussion about the impacts of the extreme dry conditions we're experiencing, and also for the update on the county's work developing a groundwater sustainability plan. As we're all aware, and I think has been spoken about a number of times today, these extreme dry conditions are becoming more normal as the effects of climate change continue. And so this isn't something that we need a quick fix for. This is really something that deserves a lot of attention. This year, the Eel River is facing what are likely the lowest flows on record. Flows in the lower main stem are lower now than they were at this time in 2014 when the river disconnected near Fernbridge. And at that time, migrating Chinook were forced to hold in warm pools and faced elevated levels of disease. The county's responsibility to protect public trust values associated with surface flows goes beyond the requirements of SGMA compliance. And as I think Supervisor Bushnell pointed out, really extreme dry conditions, drought, and SGMA are kind of two separate things. That being said, the 2019 preliminary analysis of surface water and groundwater interaction by SHN establishes that there is a strong connection between groundwater and surface water flows, and there really is no question of the public trust value of salmon who rely on those surface flows. So I just really want to encourage the supervisors to do everything you can now to explore options to address the dire conditions that migrating salmon are definitely going to face this fall. And thanks for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
All right, thank you for calling in. Excuse me. And so we'll go to 7429. So if you were 7429, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, good morning. My name is Roby Tenorio. I'm calling in from Edwardsburg on the Mattole River. I'd like to start by thanking Supervisor Wilson for bringing this critical issue to your board to have this longer discussion. The impacts of climate change and drought on the indigenous people of our area is absolutely heartbreaking, one blow after another. So I'd like to suggest that you please answer the tribe's concerns by supporting a emergency declaration as Supervisor Madrone has suggested. And speaking on wells and the cannabis permitting, I believe that you have been given a snap view chart that Director Ford used to say that there's less than 2% of grows that are being permitted that are over an acre. Well, if you look at it, 210 are half to 1 acre, and then 480 are over 10,000 square feet. And to continue to always say, as Supervisor Bushnell and Director Ford are saying, is that these are existing. This is a little bit dishonest because most people have had to enlarge because of the cost of permitting. So many of these grows, there was not a lot of 1 acre grows. There was not a lot of half acre grows. And to add on to these existing grows, now there are people who are going through the permitting process, such as Supervisor Bushnell, who had an existing grow and then added on to that existing grow to bring it up to an acre. So it's not quite as clear-cut as it may sound that these are all pre-existing. So the other thing is that some new scientific evidence is really pointing to recharging the whole system by the rain hitting the ridge tops. So putting wells up on the mountains is really going to interfere with the recharge ability. And it's different than the recharge in the lower basins. And I think rather than stopping permitting, how about asking for less growing? How about not so much growing? How about not a half an acre 4 times a year? How about in the sun? And the other last thing is a lot of these grows have generators connected to them. And that's the other side of the coin where we're going to be facing catastrophic fire. A generator running all by itself without supervision, which many of these grows are without people living there, is very dangerous. So I really appreciate you guys speaking about this today. We've got a lot of work to do to get us to a better place. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Roby. All right. At the moment, we have 2 more callers. If anyone else is interested, please call in now and press *9 to let us know you want to comment. We'll go to 7108 followed by 7454. So if you're 7108, just press *6 to unmute. Welcome.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry, and I want to thank Supervisor Wilson for putting this on the agenda because it's a huge, huge issue that is happening, and it's just going to be getting worse. I wanted to make a few comments. The EIR that was done for the cannabis was that situation has changed. The environment's changed. We're in this serious drought, so conditions are not what they were then. And for this thing that all these grows were pre-existing, well, I have, excuse me, have one down the road that was pre-existing, but it was mostly outdoor, and it went from 5 hoop houses to 29 with generators, 6 generators. So to me, the square footage was pre-existing, but what type of a grow? And these plastic hoop houses, which the plastic is highly flammable, with the lights and the generators, the fossil fuels, the whole thing is adding to the fire risk. I live in a high fire risk area, and I'm really concerned about what's going on. And I think it's calling these pre-existing when you grow 2, 3, 4 times as much, it has a much bigger impact. So I feel like that's adding to the fire risk. All the people going in and out, having people come to an area that they're not real familiar with. I'm really concerned about, accidentally starting a fire. And then there's a whole thing with the access. And all these roads are being approved as category 4 or equivalent, basically. And I really don't believe that that's correct. And in the event of an emergency and fire personnel needs to get in, people need to evacuate, that's going to be a real problem of the safety and the access. So I urge you to do something now. Waiting until all the creeks dry up and the rivers. We need to be concerned about the environment, the wildlife, and the people that live here, not just accommodate.
All right, thank you. All right, we have 7454, and now we also have 2831 following. So 7454.
Can you hear me, Virginia?
Now I can, yes, welcome.
So if you were an autistic savant psychic, you would have predicted this exact same thing happening. I did want to point out, alternatives to staff recommendations, that's at board discretion. You technically could and should go ahead and follow Steve Madrone's suggestion here. You're not the tip of the spear, the tribes are, I would follow their lead. I believe if you were growing tomatoes on these sites, my understanding is water is to go down to 15% of normal statewide. I would like to correct, maybe I'm wrong here, but an old growth forest doesn't have 200 and some trees. I believe it's 36 to 60 is my recollection of an old growth forest. And that's the forest that was fire resistant, not 200 trees, not 400 trees. So some people have made a mistake if they think that they're going to receive much benefit from that size growth. If you want to find out about water, do your studies. You go to some old fart who has senior water rights, and I will point out now, the Johnny-come-latelys with their water rights are the most junior water rights, and those go away first. Sorry, Mr. Mulder, but unless you had a senior water right, you do not have the right to have the water. Things are curtailed here. I just really wish you would follow the tribe's suggestion in this. I strongly support taking the full amount of unallocated water in Ruth Lake and turning that into an in-stream flow designation to preserve for the fish. My family swims in that river, and it's already, I think the term was punky. They don't want to swim there because it looks like we're heading already toward algae bloom. And unless you do something instantly, and I'd like to also say water, if you know anything about water. If you have a shallow well, let's say a 50-foot well, and you have an earthquake, that subsurface cracks and your water goes away, frequently goes down to the 210. These are all interconnected. Unless your water is going down to a volcanic steam a volcanic tube and turned into steam, or through that tube to get out to the ocean. It all goes to the ocean through the mouth of the river, and that's your most important part for having fish to even come into the river. So I would go ahead and think like you were a fish, pretend you're no longer the only invasive species, which are the humans, and you do what's in the fish's best interest, and you will find it's in your best interest. I think there should be a moratorium on all wells for any purpose, and that all wells should be curtailed its use or brought down to 15%. So those are my suggestions, and you will find that most likely the Water Board will be initiating this, and it will be out of your hands. So why not do the right thing? Please do the right thing for once. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. And we have one final speaker, unless someone else comes in, and that's the person ending in the last four of 2381, excuse me. So if you're 2381, there you go. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Ryan Rice. I'm the president of the Humboldt Prosperity Alliance, an advocacy organization here in Humboldt County for Humboldt County businesses and private property owners. And I have to say that I closely agree with Thomas Mulder. I appreciate all the presenters that have presented today, expressing their concerns. And I want to make everyone aware of the concerns that the agricultural community here in Humboldt County has. The agricultural industry here in Humboldt County is one of the largest employers and tax-based contributors to our county. In drought conditions, there's severe impacts to the ag landscape. This encompasses everything from financial, animal, plant, land impacts that can take decades for our ag community to recover from. I'd also like to say that in these efforts to move through the drought issues that impact our agricultural communities and our communities as a whole, that we reach out to the landowners and the experts for answers. We need to implement procedures following factual scientific data, not public influence that is non-factual, hearsay, feelings, or agendas. I think it's appropriate to add an agenda item to a future board meeting that discusses potential impacts to our ag communities as a whole due to the drought. Discussion that moves our agricultural community towards a balanced recovery effort. And I thank you for my time.
All right, Ryan, thank you for calling in. And that does end our list of public speakers. So I did tell Supervisor Bohn I would go back to him. So if he is available, and then if not, we will go to Supervisor Bushnell and wait for Supervisor Bohn to come back. I do want to say I did not mean to cut him off to be rude. I was trying to ensure that we were able to get to the public so that we could come back and have the conversation. So I did say I was coming back to him, and he's not coming on right now. So I'll go with Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to address some public comment that oftentimes public comment sometimes get their information wrong. And I would really love that when people quote things or say things in public comment that they're fact checking and that they know exactly what they're saying. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So where do you want to go with this, Supervisor Wilson? And there's been a lot of suggestions and everyone's picture keeps moving around. Supervisor Wilson?
That's what, if you press the hand thing, it'll jump in front, see? There you go.
Good to know.
So, all right, here we go. So I appreciate that we've, delved into this and started this conversation. As you can see, it's pretty broad. And we haven't really, this is going to move into later in the season. It's not just the issue of water scarcity across our landscapes, but also fire, right? That they're just connected. We are moving into what we will see as more extreme conditions. I do believe that in terms of the trends, this is less about I think using the term drought implies that these conditions are temporary, And I think that we're seeing more of a climate trend, and we're just going to have to start thinking about that, thinking about how we would even approach our impacts onto the landscape based on what we think those trends are going to bring. What is a drier climate going to look like on our landscape? How are we going to live on that landscape? Either whether we're in the ag community, whether we're in a cannabis community, which are obviously connected, whether we're just homesteading, whether we live in town, wherever we are, we are going to have to adapt to that, and understanding too that this is not just locally, it's regionally and it's nationally, and we're already seeing people moving here as climate refugees. That's happening now. And we're gonna, every time there's a year where there's big fires, which I predict will probably happen again this year somewhere across the state, we'll see more folks interested in this space. So it's going to impact our housing, which again impacts our water consumption. So I have to understand I think we just have to start thinking broadly and bigger than this. We're going to have to be thinking about what is the resource that is the Matthews Dam and the Mad River relative to not just a drinking water source, but what is it from an ecological perspective? Is it going to be a lifeboat for anagramous fish on our west coast if other rivers that don't have those types of water sources go dry? What are we gonna do to support our Native communities in the policies and the politics of what they're battling, and what are we going to do about that? And of course, just locally. And so I think that I'm not adverse to proclamations and statements that elevate our efforts. And I do understand what Rex is saying about our staff is working hard all the time on all these issues. There's no one sitting around and waiting for any of these things to happen. And I really don't think a proclamation is gonna be costly from the perspective, but I do think we need to start talk about rationing in the current context, because we're seeing it to the south of us. We're seeing it in communities, Mendocino, all the way down to Los Angeles. I mean, we're kind of like, we haven't even gotten into the hard conversations and discussions that we're seeing to counties to the south. I mean, it's really serious. I also believe that we really need to internalize that and institutionalize it within our own body or institution, which is basically looking at probably creating a sustainability and resilience coordination position within the county that helps us do this. Because it's not just trying to respond to what's to the challenge happening to us, but we're also going to see some opportunities associated with funding in response to this, both from the federal and state agencies. And we're going to have to manage that interdepartmentally and then within our county externally. We don't have a sort of centralized voice and understanding and capacity to do that. And I do think we really should be advocating for that. And I think that we should be asking to start planning for that. And there are a lot of counties that already have this position in existence, and they're helping them do that. So it's very broad based. Almost a half an hour ago, the state had a press conference with relationship to offshore wind, and maybe tangential to this, but it's climate related. This is a response to climate change and our carbon footprint on the planet. And we in Humboldt County is likely going to be asked to participate in that response through some of these things. And so again, having the capacity to respond to both the challenges and the opportunities as we move forward, I think is going to be pretty important. And so I'm going to ask that, that we give some direction to staff today to minimally come back to us in a month or so. I mean, I want to be, to give some updates, to look at what are some of the issues that we're seeing. And I think this is the beginning of this conversation. Imagine if we had this conversation in January of 2019 or 20. I can't even remember now when COVID started, but it's like when let's heed the call from what we're seeing around us, and it's coming in our direction. So I'd ask that we asked after this, and I would ask that we really request that as an future agenda item, bringing back a sustainability and resilience coordination position to the county to help us in those adaptations. So those are my requests. So happy to hear what the responses are to that.
Yeah, I personally like the idea of that position. I haven't spoke to the other counties, but it seems like it is reasonable. And I wanted to say this is just the beginning of the conversation. I'm really glad that Ryan Rice called in, because there are a few other voices that we probably should have, so we can have a more rounded discussion. And I do want to say what I think Supervisor Bohn was saying in the shorthand would be, our staff's already amazing. They're doing a whole lot of work, and they're definitely not sitting around. And they will, we have to think though, because we're asking them to bring back information. What is it? What time frame are we going to ask? How are we going to, we got to think of how we're going to fit that in their schedule. So I would ask Supervisor Wilson if he had a time frame in mind, or when you'd like to hear, at least have another conversation. I think he's on mute. We can't hear you.
I had to get my calendar, like he's off the wall here. So
off the wall.
Off the wall. Don't date ourselves now here. All right.
Because I'm just thinking, if you want to make this an actual direction, let's give a little latitude to staff on what we're really requesting and how quickly. And
yeah, I would give latitude that somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks from now that we have a check-in with on this issue. Again, I want to thank I want to thank Hank Seaman for helping to really coordinate this, and I would say that Hank, are you there? Do you think doing something maybe focused on some different issues or just some updates in 4 to 6 weeks, would that be difficult to pull together, or do you feel like it would be functional as an update?
I think returning in 4 to 6 weeks is very doable. And it would be helpful to hear suggestions on what other stakeholders that we should reach out to and invite to talk directly to the board. And then it would also be helpful to hear ideas on, there was discussion about a declaration. It would be helpful to hear suggestions on the content of that declaration. And if we could just hear some initial thoughts, and then I could work with Ryan and others on, developing some options, and then we could bring back some options at that next meeting.
I appreciate that. And just through the chair, to continue that conversation, we've been through a few declarations, and they all kind of, it depends on what you put in the declaration as to sort of the weight that it carries and what it does for you. And so like I said, I'm not adverse and actually in favor of doing some, a strong statement or a declaration in order for us to really, I think, follow along what the tribe has done in terms of in that leadership. Because I think we're heading in only one direction right now, and and all signs are pointing to some issues moving here that are just unprecedented. So I'm ready. I'm here. I'm ready to hear some suggestions on that. So.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. I was hoping that possibly we could do separate for Sigma, separate for Drought, as I feel the issues are pretty complex and different. And then also I would like to see representation from the ag and then the cannabis industry also as speakers. In the format of especially Jeff Dolph, but for the ag, I don't know. I mean, for the cannabis, I'm not sure it would be appropriate, but it would be nice to get that that representation also.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, and I mean, this as a sort of response, I guess, with relationship to the Sigma element of this. I just want to, the Sigma legislation was adopted by the state in response to climate change, right? And so, yeah, I would agree that the Sigma process is not about a specific year with relationship to what people believe is drought or not drought, but it's certainly in response to a changing climate and a change and the impact of that changing climate on groundwater systems and our uses thereof. So I mean, there is connectivity. It's just that I can understand, like, yeah, that discussion is a broader, longer term management tool, which from my perspective is climate driven, or at least climate change driven. So I think, yeah, I don't know. I understand where that parsing would happen, but at the same time, I do think there are threads of connectivity. So do we need? Should I throw out a motion here and see where we get from there? And are there?
Supervisor Bushnell, I think, may have had a question or response to.
I do, thank you. So yes, Supervisor Wilson, I understand what you're saying, but I think the small portion of Sigma that goes along with the drought can be addressed during the drought, and that the Sigma could be, it is a broader presentation. And also I was wondering about is it a resolution that we would format, or what did you say earlier? Wouldn't it be a resolution?
Well, there can be resolutions, there can be declarations, there can be, so that's sort of we would have to really seek some guidance from staff with relationship to what the function of those things would be, whether they're just making statements or whether they're actually implementing policy or that. And so I kind of felt this conversation sort of nascent, right? We're just kind of at the beginning. So I'm not super comfortable about charging forward with what that policy would be. But nonetheless, I do think we need to message out to our community the seriousness of this situation, sometime in the near future. And so I'm asking, I think staff could help us formulate that. And yeah, we are going to, as a political body, probably have some variance in where we think that should go, and we'll have that discussion. But I do believe that we all agree that this is a serious situation, and that we're moving into something, that we haven't quite seen before. So how we respond is what we'll discuss, I guess. And Hank, can you, or if there are any other staff out there that want to give some, just at least a little bit of advice about what they think, we might be consider in the future.
And then Supervisor Bohn has his hand up as well. So I don't know if he'd like to speak before it goes to staff to answer that question, in case he has something he wants to add.
That's up to you.
Is that all right with you, Supervisor Wilson, if I did let Supervisor Bohn comment?
I am completely flexible. I think this is good conversation.
Supervisor Bohn.
6, 7 years ago, I was down in Glenn County with the late Dr. Nelson on a Sigma, one of the first Sigma meetings. And if everybody remembers back in those days, and Sigma is for they were trying to address groundwater pumping. And I was just going through some old paperwork, and it doesn't say climate change anywhere. Climate change affects it, but that was not what they were. It was groundwater pumping and groundwater basins. And we were right on the verge. If you remember right, we were right on the verge. And since it was taken across the board with using the evaporation levels of Kern County and not taking into the fact that we're a lot cooler and have fog, we shouldn't even be a mildly impacted watershed. But if we're going to be accurate, I've looked through all my paperwork and I don't see climate change. I see groundwater pumping, illegal pumping, and things like that. So I think, and I understand climate change is a huge thing. And I think wind energy, I'm glad the governor's gone. If everybody remembers, I was pretty big on wind energy at one time. And so, which would probably be close to running and providing us power right now. But as we move forward, I'm just saying, let's keep focused when we're talking about things, because it doesn't say, I'm looking through all my Sigma stuff and I can't find climate change. I'm finding groundwater pumping, and there was probably 250 water users throughout the state at this meeting at Glenn County. And I've been to probably 6 other ones. So it's now become a good thing to fold into it, but.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, obviously the Sigma process has its own internal politics and external politics about it, and I'm not going to get into that here today. I think it's a sliver of kind of the broader issue of what we're trying to deal with today. So I'd like to turn it back to if Hank or John or any of
the council popped his picture.
Yeah, or county council. Anyone want to kind of give us some perspective on proclamations, declarations, and what we might be considering?
Right. And so yes, County Council Billingsley.
Thank you through the chair, and this will be kind of a high level, and I can defer to Ryan if he has other comments. A policy decision would probably be something that would be through a resolution of your board. The board actually declaring an emergency would usually have the function of giving notice to the state or federal government to make available more resources for us. So that would be for a specific purpose. If your board wants to make a general statement about conserving water or policy considerations, that would probably be a resolution. And I don't know if Ryan wants to be any more specific, but the proclamation would be to bring in additional resources to help with the emergency.
Okay, I appreciate it, Ryan.
Ryan had his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Council Billingsley kind of hit the nail on the head there. With a local emergency proclamation, it really serves 2 purposes. 1, we're taking things away, adding restrictions, or 2, we're bringing in additional resources. And one of the main drivers of my recommendation not to proclaim at this time is because those additional resources through a local proclamation aren't available. We have those additional resources through the USDA and SBA loan options. But looking back at our incident file from the 2014 drought, there was a drought task force that was created with different departmental and operational area representation to kind of discuss, what are the impacts, what are some potential projects or objectives that we can look at as a county to address drought conditions. So one thing that I may recommend in lieu of a local proclamation is establishing a drought task force to look at these things a little bit more closely. And that could be something that helps inform a future discussion. 4 to 6 weeks, that provides an opportunity to meet, put some minds together, and get a bigger picture to bring before your board. But that is all I have.
Okay.
All right. So, John, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I'd just like to remind the board, you heard from the public on a couple points, and this is something that Campus Ad Hoc Subcommittee is going to be addressing, and that is continued use of wells and generators. And you heard that being a significant concern today. So I know there's no action that can be taken at this time, not recommending any, but I do want to make sure that that stays on the board's dashboard in terms of things that are going to have to be addressed at some point.
Okay.
So, Supervisor Wilson, since you had brought all these folks together, and I know we've got some potential direction, I I don't know if you want to try to pull together what we're asking or just let them come back in another 6 weeks and bring us information.
Well, and I appreciate what Ryan has, pulled from the archives with relationship to a response to the drought conditions 2014 that a task force was put together. I'd like to see that if you can. It'd be great to forward probably to the board members at some point and so we can take a look at that. So I think I want to make a motion that we file and receive these reports today. I guess if there's not really filing other than the recording that was made today, and then propose a list of actions that we have staff return somewhere between 4 and 6 weeks from now to update this board on these issues, both the water scarcity and the wildfire potential issues that we're heading towards. And then I'd also add that if it seems appropriate that a proposed task force be created at that time. I would add that to the list. And next would be bring back any sort of suggestions related to resolutions and or policy considerations we might want to discuss. And then separate from that meeting in 4 to 6 weeks, I would add that I think I would like to add on to the list that the board consider directing staff to investigate the concept of a sustainability and climate resilience coordination position within the county moving forward. And I just want to say, like, there are many counties that do this. There often is funding associated with that, and there's just a lot of interest in this, and there's a lot of focus on Humboldt County right now in what we're doing and opportunity associated with that. And I think we need to leverage that. So
okay, so if I'm hearing your motion, it is something like basically have staff come back with information regarding the items we brought up today as the board, and also to bring an item to discuss perhaps the addition of that position. Is that close enough?
Yep.
I think
Ryan?
I think I might have it captured.
Okay.
And you can let me know if it's not correct, but to file and receive the report, direct staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update on water scarcity and wildfire that you're requesting staff to bring back in a future agenda item a sustainability and climate resiliency position in the county.
Well, actually, I want to say that I don't want us to bring back that position, the staff to bring back that position. I want to bring back the discussion about that position that we did, whether I don't want to give direction to create a position.
Okay.
I just want to have a discussion about that.
So then that just may fall under direct staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update.
Supervisor Bohn may have something he wants to.
Ryan, staff,
try to get all of this. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Which staff? Is this planning and building or natural resources? Because didn't we just discuss the climate action task force and a climate action employee that we have at planning and building now? So are we talking about another position at planning and building, or are we going to have another climate person in natural resources, public works, or are we going to have, we already have someone, so are we going to expand that person's duties plus put somebody over him, or are they both going to be swimming in different rivers?
Well, are you talking? First, let's just talk about what's coming back in the 4 to 6 weeks? And I think that's a really valid question from Supervisor Bohn's, like, what staff's going to do that? You know, I think Hank has done a wonderful job in this case. I think Ryan has done a wonderful job, and John. I believe that those 3 staff members can get together, and if they need to pull in other folks, they can do that. I believe that that's probably I think that's the most focused crew to help us out in terms of bringing something back. That's my suggestion. And so from those 3 departments, from OES, from planning and building, and from our public works department, that they can do the best job of bringing something back to us. So great, that's great. That from that construct, Ryan. So the 2 of those items on the list that will be brought back to us in terms of subject matter will be, some kind of proclamation or policy for discussion, and the formation of a committee and or task force. So those would be 2 items that will be brought back in that discussion for that. Yes. Okay. Is that not clear? Is it?
I just wanted to ask Supervisor Bohn, because I know he had brought up a concept, and I'm just wanting to see if he needs to clarify, trying to send staff with something that they can come back with and not have them guessing what it is we're asking them to do. And I saw Supervisor Bohn appears to, I think he might have a comment. He didn't raise his hand, but I was just looking. I wanted to make sure he got what he needed when he asked you the question, or if he still feels like he'd like more information on what it is we're asking of staff. I don't know, Supervisor Bohn.
I'm fine.
All right.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I'm doing my best to be as clear as I can here. So that's one item, I think. And Ryan, does that make sense to you? I want to make sure that you see that. Well, wait, I got 2 Ryans. Sorry. I see nods from 2 Ryans and 1 Ryan going this way. So Ryan Sharp, Mr. Sharp, do you feel like
So we're kind of merging it all together with directing staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update. And I do understand that. And now we have added formation of a drought task force. What was the policy item? Was that in regards to the resolution?
Yeah. So I'll just try one more time here. So it's going to be, we're asking staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks for this subject matter, which is the wildfire and water issue.
Water scarcity.
So couched in that is one of the items is going to be either a task force or committee to, formation to move forward, some sort of policy and or resolution ideas for moving forward, and then other updates. So there's just those 3 bullets. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense to me, and I'm not even sure that we need to capture that in the motion. I mean, that's entirely up to you.
And eventually we'll get an actual motion so we can get a second, because we still don't have a second.
Yeah. So I mean, if you're okay with it, I mean, I understand with what you're saying, directing staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update on water scarcity and wildfire.
Okay
with that.
If those other things are captured in that, and I see nods from the staff on that, then I'm okay. Do I get 1 nod, 2 nod? Ryan, do I get a nod?
Well, and County Council is raising his hand, so let's see.
Okay, sorry.
No more agenda items for Supervisor Wilson the rest of this year. Need a special meeting. Yes.
Thank you, and through the chair. I think the first item is very clear. I think the second item is difficult for staff, because if you say sort of bring back a policy item, I mean, that staff can't really do that because we don't have policy direction at this point. I mean, we could bring back a discussion of policy items.
Yes.
But it makes it difficult for staff to, they could prepare a bunch of options, but we don't have policy direction to lead us at this point.
And that's what that's exactly, so it's bringing back options for us. for policy options. Exactly. Thank you for clarifying that. So I think staff understands that, and I appreciate that. So if that's the one part of the motion, then the second part is there is no time frame to this, which is asking staff to, and this would probably be through the CAO's office, and to coordinate this through, which would be the bring back a discussion about the creation of a sustainability and climate resiliency coordination position. And so that's just a discussion that we should have in the future, and just make sure it's on the list. That's all.
Is there a second? No, I think we have a motion. And then Supervisor Bushnell has her hands up.
Well, no, I would like Ryan to reread the motion, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So my understanding is we're going to direct staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update on water scarcity and wildfire, and that we are requesting staff to bring back in a discussion item at a future date. Requesting staff to bring back a discussion, requesting staff to bring back in a future agenda item a sustainability and resiliency position in the county. And then Supervisor Wilson gave assumptions that it would be through the CAO's office, but I don't really think that would fall within the motion, correct? It would just be staff.
And the CAO has a comment.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I thought I just heard that the CAO's office was responsible for exploring the creation of a FTE, a full-time equivalent position.
That is a very accurate way of saying, yeah, it would be the and bring that back. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, can you read the first portion of it again?
Yes, so it's direct staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update on water scarcity and wildfire.
So could I ask through the chair, please, Supervisor Wilson, is that to have these same presenters come back? And if that, or with the update, what? No,
I don't believe that. I mean, not unless there's germane changes specific to that, but not specifically. I think it would be adaptable to whatever the most pressing issues were at that time.
Okay, thank you. I would like to, in the next 4 to 6 weeks, then I would like to have presentations, if we're going to bring this back, from the ag community and all stakeholders, so that we can, when we do bring it back, that we've heard from all the stakeholders, if that's possible.
Perhaps staff can work with us on that, whether the meetings are input they receive separately, or how to incorporate them, Director Ford. Would that, I mean, and any other staff, would that work, as far as, like, we just want to make sure that we have them involved in this conversation? Yeah. And I know Supervisor Bushnell has made a suggestion, and I don't know if we need to have the
yeah. I think I just want it on record, and that if we're going to have it come back, I want to be engaged with all stakeholders, that we have that discussion. That's just my request. It doesn't have to change the motion, of course. Okay. I'm just stating my feelings, if that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good. Thank you for the clarification. I didn't know if you wanted something prior in specific, so thank you for clarifying that. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, and I do appreciate the idea of getting all viewpoints, and I'm not totally sure how we formulate that when we I guess invite private organizations and those sorts of things, and nonprofits and those sorts of things, and maybe that happens through a workshop or something, but I'm just, or we just, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I think staff will do a good job of figuring that out, because it'll be, are we receiving information? Are we receiving input on policy?
Supervisor Wilson, I mean, we keep going, we're going to keep going down a whole bunch of rabbit holes. Can we just, where'd you go?
I think I have it now.
I think it's understood, if that's okay. And because I'm going, we keep giving Ryan all sorts of stuff, and I just want to make sure that we don't muddy things up more by, you know, it is your item. So if you want to continue conversation, I was just trying to, because we do have quite a bit more on our agenda. Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, and I thank Supervisor Bushnell, because I mean, we got greenhouse gases last week, and we were saying livestock was 13% of our greenhouse gases, and we keep trying to morph this along the way. I think agriculture is one of the most important things we put on here, and I think that includes timber also, because they're our largest landholder, and we're talking about affecting what they do, and they've always been able and pretty resilient to working with us. And I think they want to work with us even more, because catastrophic forest fires affect private land owners a lot more than most of us sitting here. It scares the hell out of us. They lose value. They lose a lot. And I think they need to be part of this. And I don't think they're a private organization. I mean, maybe we bring in, I appreciate CAL FIRE being here, but the Forest Service has a lot of land and agricultural, and I think Farm Bureau, things like that have to be addressed. And I thank Supervisor Bushnell for bringing that up. I don't think we should corral this down to fit one. Anyway.
So did we ever get a second on what is the apparent motion?
And I'll read it. I can read it again. I think I have it now. I think I understand it. So it'd be to direct staff to come back in 4 to 6 weeks to give an update on water scarcity and wildfire, and request staff to bring back a discussion item to explore the option of a FTE sustainability and resiliency position for the county.
Sounds great.
Was there a second? I hear someone's voice. After all that, is there a second?
All right.
Well, I will second it, because I do have that prerogative. I'm not sure where this is going to go, but that was interesting. All right, Ryan, let's see if all this is captured and if we end up with anything.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
No.
Supervisor Bohn?
Geez, I've never abstained, and since this is just a working, no. No.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
No.
So it does not pass.
All right. Well, we have great conversation, and perhaps we will be able to bring this back in a little more tighter in the future. I don't think we have any conclusion from that. So, well, this has been an interesting day already. So, all right. Well, we'll move on to the next item, and then after this item.
So, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, this will be recorded as there was no action taken on this item.
There's a lot of discussion, but no action. All right.
And so, I just to clarify, is that correct, Council Billingsley? Sorry.
That is correct. Obviously, your board did receive a report, but there is no action taken.
All right. And thank you, everyone who was here to make the report. And Supervisor Madrone?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I very much appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to explain my vote. I'm not interested in coming back in 4 to 6 weeks with more discussion. I think we have a serious situation and we ought to be acting now. I've made that clear in my statements earlier. I absolutely support the county developing a position as was described and put in the motion by Supervisor Wilson. I think we're entering an era where having a dedicated position to doing this will allow us to create multiple partnerships with all kinds of entities like the ag community, like the cannabis community, like all the small rural water systems, whether it's West Haven, Trinidad, or Weot, Myers Flat. I mean, most of the county is actually on these small systems, not most of the population, but most of the county. So I just wanted to be clear. I very much appreciate the discussion today, but I'm looking to take action not in 4 to 6 weeks. I think we have a serious situation and we ought to be acting today, and if not today, within a week or two. But I very much support the position that was suggested.
Through the chair, if I may, would you like to make a motion to that half of the item? Because what we've now just sent a message is that we don't want that. And that message is going to be heard loud and clear if we don't make that. So I'm not clear if you're sending the correct message in this context. So would you be willing to make a motion of something that you want to see happen here today?
Or my thought is perhaps this would be better to move forward. I mean, we go on with our agenda and then Supervisor Madrone can bring back another item separately if that is what he wants to do. I think we could keep trying this, and we've already been 3 hours almost. So it's up to you. I mean, if you want to make a motion, you can certainly make it. I'm just going, I don't know how long we'll keep talking about this and not end up with much. Anyway, Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to support staff coming back with a recommendation for a full-time equivalent position as was described in the previous motion, as well as asking staff to come back to us as soon as possible with recommendations for conservation measures, as well as other things that we could do to deal with the drought. So I'll just leave it. Basically, it's the same motion as before. I'm just asking for quicker action, right? And not making it 4 to 6 weeks out. I'd like to see it come back as soon as possible. For me, that'd be within a couple of weeks, not 6 weeks. So if that's clear enough, I would make that motion.
I'll second.
Well, now I'd like to say I'm having a little bit of trouble because staff is already overtaxed. So they're going to have to not do something in order to do this in 2 or 3 weeks. You had said as soon as possible. So I'm taking that as you're not making a deadline of 2 weeks, that if it takes them a while, it will be okay, right? I don't want to go away from here saying as soon as possible and then have a guardrail put up and say, where is it? It's already been 2 weeks. I just think we need to give staff the opportunity to get it back as soon as possible for their current workload. I'm sure they're already working on it, but that is my concern with them. As soon as possible is fine. I'm not comfortable with when you mentioned the short time frame, but that's not really part of the motion.
I'll clarify the time frame. The time frame would be as soon as possible, but no longer than 4 weeks.
Director Ford and anyone else from staff, does that give you some time? Or I guess you could come back with whatever you can come back with, and then we may ask for more.
Just in the effort to want to absolutely support the motion, but at the same time manage expectations. A board report for a board agenda in 4 weeks is already due.
Oh.
So, 6 weeks gives us about 2 weeks to do the work, get it written, get it going through Legistar so everybody gets to take a look at it so it can be put on an agenda. And I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just that if we say 4 weeks, then we're probably going to be putting Ryan in a place, which we try not to do, but do too often, where we're getting a board report approved late on a Friday afternoon. And that just presses everybody.
And I did want to thank Director Ford for mentioning that, because in our board rules last week that we did talk about getting all the departments on board with getting everything in a timely fashion so that the agenda can move quickly. I do have Supervisors Wilson and Bushnell, but I do see Director Lee has her hand up, and so I'd like to ask her thoughts.
Good morning, Chair and honorable board members. I can confirm to you with the proposed job classification of Sustainability and Resilience Coordinator job position is a brand new job classification for this county. That will require staff to do some extensive research and developing the knowledge, skills, and abilities. And to comply with the MMBA, we would have to generate the proposed job classifications with the appropriate labor bargaining groups. That process can take up to 4 to 5 weeks. However, I have created dissimilar positions in my prior agencies. It's just now a matter of going through the process to comply with the MMBA. And I just like to share that with you for your considerations of the timeline. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor, let's say Bushnell and then Wilson.
Actually, Supervisor Bohn had his hand up. I don't know if he still wanted to say something before me. I'm
not seeing his yellow hand raised, so that is, if he doesn't have it up. Supervisor Bohn?
Unmute.
I'm just saying, I just think we have to deal. I mean, we all want permits done in 2 days. We all want everything done, but we also understand we put limitations on everything. And I think I could say bring it back in 2 weeks and just don't worry if it's right, just throw something together, or we could actually get it properly and see where we're at, because I think there's a long ways to go, because I'm still going back that we have somebody in a climate change position, which I think floats into the resiliency. Maybe it doesn't, maybe they're two completely different things, but it sure seems to me they would be working hand in hand. So we have to learn to coordinate with that, and that comes into planning a building. If it's going to work under natural resources, we have to work with that. I don't know what their schedules are. Remember, we're still under a COVID emergency too. So I don't know how the availability, I think 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know if we can set guidelines. I think it's more appropriate we let the help work within their space so we get a good quality product. And knowing full well that we are in a dire situation, and I don't think anybody isn't working towards that and relates that, especially the folks that are in the natural resources for a living. Or you heard today, people not planting their gardens because they won't have anything. People are aware of what's going on, but it's just, I think we need to kind of look at staff a little bit more than just charge ahead.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
So I'm just wondering, Ryan Derby had mentioned that an ad hoc committee in 2014 was formed. Ryan, did you say that?
Supervisor Bushnell, I don't believe it was a board appointed committee. It was a result of an emergency proclamation, and it was kind of coordinated by OES, but such a committee could be created with or without a proclamation.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan. So I'm wondering with Supervisor Wilson or Supervisor Madrone, if either of you think that's appropriate to add to this motion, because it would possibly could get the wheels turning. Thoughts is what I want.
Yeah, well, Supervisor Wilson had his hand up, but then Supervisor Madrone, who actually made the motion, has his hand up. So
Through the chair, I have a clarifying, with regards to the position that's being discussed, it's to bring back a discussion. It is not, and also there's no time frame to it. So I just want to be really clear. There's no time frame to it, and it's to bring back a discussion. So we don't have to, I just want to make sure that it's on the horizon and we're churning that concept. With relation, Supervisor Bushnell, I can call you Michelle. Supervisor Bushnell has what I think is kind of an interesting idea, which I think would address some of Steve's, Supervisor Madrone's concerns, which is what can be done in the, just like how can we churn this in the moment, and And I think maybe really tasking the three directors that I've mentioned here today, Derby, Ford, and Seaman, to delegate them as a task force right now, like get this started and really get them on it. I don't know if this Supervisor Madrone, would that help in kind of feeling like there's more action in this space?
Through the chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yes, it would. And I was even thinking that given the conversation about timelines and deadlines that departments need to meet in order to even get something back in front of us, I appreciate that input. And so I'm sitting here thinking that I'd like what Supervisor Bushnell said as well. And I also appreciate that what you said, Supervisor Wilson, was that this position, we don't have to do it tomorrow, even in the next 4 weeks. We need to have a discussion in 4 to 6 weeks about that position and give some direction, and then bring that back at an appropriate time that HR can do all the work they need to do, et cetera, et cetera. So I know this has been going on a long time, but it's not been 3 hours, it's been 2 hours. And I'm thinking that it might be good for me just to withdraw my motion and then have two motions. And one motion would be on some action that we could take right now today. And part of that would be, as Supervisor Wilson suggested, designating Director Ford, Emergency Operations Center Director Derby, as well as Deputy Director Siemens, to be on a task force to work as quickly but effectively as possible to bring appropriate measures back to us in a 4 to 6 week or so timeline. But I'm thinking that we could include with that in the motion that the Board of Supervisors moves to alert the community that we are in a serious drought, and therefore ask everyone to conserve water and to be fire safe. I know those are just words, but I really think this board needs to take some action to let the community know that, hopefully everybody pretty much knows this, right? I mean, you'd have to be kind of asleep at the wheel to not understand the serious situation we're in. But I think that as a body for the county, it would behoove us to make a statement. So I'm going to go ahead and give that a try, because I'm not sure that my motion as it is even going to pass anyway. It might, but whatever. So I'm going to withdraw my motion and make a new motion that we appoint the 3 deputy directors to a task force to come back to us as soon as possible with measures to deal with the current situation, and that the Board of Supervisors moves to alert the community that we are in a serious drought, and therefore ask everyone to conserve water and be fire safe.
All right, there's a motion.
I have I'll second the motion, but I have a question for County Council.
County Council Billingsley.
Is that motion understandable and reasonable from your perspective, and doesn't? Yeah, I just want to make sure you feel like that's okay.
Through the chair, I guess my interpretation would be, if your board votes in support of the second part of that motion, that would be an announcement that the public information officer would sort of put out that the board wants to give this guidance to the public. Perhaps the CAO can weigh in on that as well. But that is what I took from it.
Supervisor Wilson, did that answer your question?
Yeah, totally. I think it's okay for us to have a statement of guidance that we're heading into a drought and this is a serious situation. So there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, Supervisor Bohn.
Can our EOC actually put out a full-blown, just like we do with COVID every day, and things like that? Because we are under a state authorized emergency ordinance for the drought. So do we reiterate that the state is under an emergency order And can we conserve water? Can we? And I mean, it's there without throwing in. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I think we can do that pretty easy, like you said. And as far as the directors on the task force, they don't have anything else to do. Good idea.
Okay, then. I agree with Supervisor Bohn's interpretation through the chair. I think I think it's a good idea that Steve has put forward, that we ask our, Ryan and others to start messaging through the same services that we message now. So I think that's great. Yeah.
All right, sounds good. And Supervisor Bohn?
One last suggestion. I think all of us as supervisors, we are involved in statewide organizations that are already doing climate resiliency. We pay monies to. They actually have people working on this. I think we should utilize those to our fullest, as we belong to those, and maybe get some ideas from Chris from the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, get something from the Water District out in Cutton, all these smaller districts on water saving measures, and have that as a series as we're giving these people warnings about watch your water usage. We're at 60% and everything else. And basically don't tell people to save water. Every week, let's tell them how to save water. I mean, it sounds like Supervisor Madrone will deliver 5,000 gallon tanks to your backyard, and that will help. Some of us don't have that capability, but I'm just saying, I think we could give them a highlight of how to save water, i.e. as little, if everybody look at their drums on the end of their drains, they all got 50 gallons last night, believe it or not, off that little mist. So, I mean, there are ways to do it still through June, just with the fog. But I'm just saying, if we give them, instead of telling them to do it, give them the tools to do it every week, and Ryan could incorporate those. But if we could, through Chris and through the water districts that hear this all the time through Aqua's got a whole level of how to save measure. And Aqua, Dennis Mayo, maybe we should be using him on what they're saying about this, and really hit this hard and get it into being a habit, not just when it's a drought. Save water all the time. It's the most important revenue we have.
Okay, so and I do believe we started this about, it was 9:15 or 9:20, so it is pretty close to 3 hours, but it's been a great conversation. And Ryan Sharp, you want to rephrase, or say what you think the motion is, and we can confirm.
So I got the first part of it. I was writing as fast as I possibly could for the second part. So the first part of it is to appoint Ryan Derby, John Ford, and Hank Seaman to a drought task force. And then I would ask Supervisor Madrone if he could repeat the statement that he also had in the motion.
No statement.
That was a yes?
Yes. Well, I liked what Supervisor Bohn said, that we have an infrastructure in place to be able to do this messaging. So I'm going to try and shorten what I said earlier, but with the same intent. And that is that the Board of Supervisors moves to use its existing alert systems to let the community know that we're in a serious drought, and therefore ask everyone to conserve water and be fire safe. So that's a little simpler, same basic intent. Very much appreciated Supervisor Bohn's assistance with that. And after we're done with this, I have another motion I want to make on that position. But I thought we should just separate the two and get this done.
Ryan Sharp, does that work? You got it down? And the seconder, are you okay with it? No one's talking.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry. I forgot I'd seconded that.
Supervisor Bohn?
I'm sorry, but so the task force is not going to be charged with figuring out what the climate resiliency czar is going to do. They're just, we're going to decide that and then tell him who he works for, he or she or them, her, him.
Well, I think that one has been separated. Supervisor Madrone,
I heard
thought
that.
you said you separated them.
I'm just trying to figure out, so we have a task force and then we're gonna, but, okay, all right.
Well, that'll be, and so the first one is not on that item, correct? Supervisor Madrone, will you rephrase what we're going to vote on first? And you said you had a second motion after that.
That's correct.
It's worse than Sacramento, huh, Kurt?
Also, okay, so Ryan, sure. So that first motion, you repeat, and then we'll go to the second one.
Yeah, so it's to appoint Ryan Derby, John Ford, and Hank Seaman to a drought task force, and that the Board of Supervisors moves to use its existing alert system that is already in place, that we are in a serious drought, and to conserve water and be fire safe.
Okay, so that's okay with the person who made the motion and the seconder. All right, so let's go to a vote on this one, and then we'll see what happens at the next one.
Thank you. Supervisor Wilson?
Oh, yeah.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Sure.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All right, and I understand there was a second motion you wanted to make, or yes, Supervisor Madrone?
Yes, I would move that we ask, or we direct staff to include the CAO, the HR director, and Director of Planning, John Ford, to come back to us with recommendations for creating a new staff position as described on climate change and resiliency.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. I guess my question would be, Supervisor Madrone, are we making assumption that we will be creating that, or that they're going to bring it back to us to see the viability and of creating that? It's just, okay.
Yep. We're asking staff to come back with having investigated the opportunity for this position and giving us a recommendation on what they think. So we're not making a decision today about doing that. Just coming back with the information for discussion.
All right. And the seconder, you still okay?
Yeah.
Ryan, let's vote quickly before. So, if everyone's ready to vote, I don't see any other hands up in the queue line, and let me see. I cannot see Supervisor Bohn, but apparently, yeah, Supervisor Wilson.
The only clarification I have is I know that Supervisor Madrone had asked for that to come back in some amount of time, but I don't think we need a time frame on it. So, thanks.
I don't think in this motion he did, Supervisor Wilson.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. So Ryan?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair. Thank you. Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, sure.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Well, thank you to everyone who joined us today and the lively conversation and discussion, and there'll be more to come. So I am going to, this is my plan. Obviously, there was no break yet, so we'll do this first departmental item. It comes to us from the clerk of the board, and then I think we'll take a half-hour lunch break. We need some kind of break before we take on for the afternoon. So, but I know clerk of the board has been waiting to address this. So at this point in time, we will address the item. We will go to the item coming from the clerk of the board regarding consideration of an at-large appointment to the Assessment Appeals Board. And Tracy D'Amico, I'll turn it over to you. I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear? She's not muted. You waited all this time and now I can't hear you. Now you're officially muted. Try to unmute again. Okay, try to unmute. We see your lips moving, but that's all.
Turn your volume up.
Okay.
Call in.
I know you've, yeah, I don't know if you want to, Ryan Sharp, do you have a suggestion? I was thinking.
All right, my suggestion, there's two options. Disconnect and reconnect. I know that's worked in the past. Second option would be to use the telephone call in as well. So you could be heard and seen at the same time.
All right, Tracy.
But either way, it would take a few minutes to accomplish.
Okay.
Why don't we come back at 1 o'clock?
Wait. So I think I got a note from her saying, had the CAO, I'm not sure what this means, see if the CAO can present this item. Thank you. Shorthand, I was trying to figure it out.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bass. Before your board today is an at-large appointment to the Assessment Appeals Board. Right now, you only have one application, and that is Brian Mitchell, and that concludes the staff report.
I move that we approve Brian Mitchell for this position.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll go out for public comment. And we have one hand up. And last 4 digits, 7454. And welcome. There you go. Whoops.
Virginia, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
You have an extremely long lag between asking the participant to speak and asking me to unmute, and it wouldn't allow me to do so until it did that. Just to let you know how good your technology is today. Anyway, I do read staff reports. According to one supervisor accused me of not doing it. This one was quite interesting. It said applications, that attachment, applications, and that was singular since there was only one application, and it's not at all current. So I don't know how you could move forward with an application that has a timestamp before most of you were on this board. I think Virginia might have been the only one there on May 2nd, 2011. So you're approving an individual that hasn't made a current application, has had major changes in employment, and in fact, the critical criteria for this, or the best thing for this person to be in this position, was a certified public accountant, California license number 91194. And so I went ahead and checked into that, and it was listed as delinquent. I really think before you approve somebody on any position, you should have a current application. You're not able to assess whether there's any kind of conflict of interest, qualifications, or changes in this person's ability to serve on the board, not saying anything derogatory. You only have one application, so you're probably going to move forward and rubber stamp this one. But in the future, I think you should require anybody who's making an application to have a current application so you can actually accurately assess their qualifications. And so that's my comment on this one. And I don't know how many of you read the staff report on this one or not, or picked up on that having happened. Well, I would think you would have requested that this be tabled to a time at such time as you could have a current application. So that's just my comment on this. Seems to be we can get an emergency ordinance on hemp, we can't get it on water, and we can't get a current application in so that I can assess and the public can assess the qualifications of a person to be put on this board. It's an important position, especially since this may be turned over, and this is my question for you before, is this same appeals board the one that's going to handle the appeals for all the hundreds of pot people who want their Measure S money back, who are not going to be happy with the process and the answers they get from the county? So I'm sure you're going to do what you do. That's my crystal ball. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. And we have no other public speakers, so we'll go back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes, as the motion maker, I did notice that in the staff report. However, Mr. Mitchell is currently serving as on our planning commission his information is updated. I'm familiar with his current credentials and his current work in volunteering, with the county, and so I feel comfortable with this, with moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And I want to say the Assessment Appeals Board is not easy to get people to even be interested in, and Mr. Mitchell is very dedicated to that, and so do appreciate his service and willingness. CIO Nielsen?
I also wanted to add that your board posted this vacancy on April 27th, and Mr. Mitchell is the only person that expressed interest, and so his original application was used.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bohn had his hand up, and then I thought Supervisor Bushnell as well.
And it's the second, or I spoke with Mr. Mitchell and asked him if he wanted to reserve back in April when it got posted, or did we have to go find someone? And he's been serving. His attendance record is actually not the greatest, but it's as well as almost anybody else. So it's a tough position. I mean, it's one of our highest paid volunteer positions because we pay him 50% more than nothing. So they come in and they do it. And with that, he's been the sitting member for years. And I don't know if we ask people when we're going to reassign them to fill out a new application, because they actually, to sit on boards, a lot of people, you have to fill out a 700 form annually, conflicts and everything else. So we do get updated information, and it's not like we leave them out there. So I don't have a problem with this one.
All right, thank you. I don't think I see any other hands up. So Ryan, I think we're ready for the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
All righty. And I think we will take a break, and we'll come back and start with the ADP conversation. Get a 3:30 time set. Come back. Should we just come back at 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah, because this might be the only break you get all day, so enjoy it. So we'll be back here at 1 o'clock. Well, you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I think we're almost all here. I suspect Supervisor Bohn is logging back on, but I think we can start. So we're going to go to our second departmental item. Comes to us from Human Resources, and it's regarding termination of Master Services Agreement for ADP. Director Lee, I'll turn this over to you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable board members, CAO Nielsen's, County Council Billingsley, and department directors. Thank you so much for the privilege of your time. This afternoon, this item before your board is a request for directions and authorizations to the Human Resources Director in consultations with the cooperations of County Council to terminate the Master Services Agreement with ADP. I would like to take this time to acknowledge the tremendous efforts and the invaluable collaborations and teamwork amongst your staff. And this is the reflections of the entire county organizations, comprised of 19 departments, 19 departmental liaisons, project team members, project coordinators, department heads meetings, and I would remiss if I do not mention the extraordinary leaderships of the steering committee members, and that include the Honorable Auditor Controller Karen Paz Dominguez, the Honorable Treasurer Tax Collector John Bartholomew, County Council Billingsley, and CAO Nielsen's. In the last 14 months, the county has endeavored in this project to modernize our payroll functions with the opportunity to enhance and to streamline the business efficiencies with greater automations. And at this time, I would like to request your permission to allow staff to share the screen. We have a brief PowerPoint presentations, and the delivery of the PowerPoint presentations will be done by Dr. Jeremy Clark. Once we're done with the PowerPoint presentations, we will be available for questions and concerns through our subject matter experts on the team here with me, and that include our county payroll manager, Ms. Catherine Lorenzo, our HR consultants in terms of my staff from business processes, Zachary Ohanan, the HR project manager, and Kelly Barnes, the assistant HR directors, and our benefits, Ms. Casey Green. So with that in mind, thank you for the opportunity to share the screen.
Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Bass, honorable board members, CAO Nielsen, and thank you, Director Lee. My name is Jeremy Clark. I am the project manager on the ADP project. When this project was initiated, the primary goals were to reduce system fragmentation and promote organizational alignment through streamlining our organizational processes. We also sought to improve the accuracy and efficiency of payroll through increased automation and empower our staff through self-service and leverage technology to develop our agency. Slide, please. However, throughout our implementation effort, staff have encountered several instances where we had to demonstrate flexibility and adopt workarounds. This was not really unexpected. We do have a highly fragmented system. We have complex MOUs, and the ADP platform really is one that works off of efficiency. And so it was expected that we may not be able to get everything in ways that were going to be ideal to us. However, as workarounds became more frequent across domains, it became clear to staff that we would not achieve the level of automation we endeavored to achieve when this project was initiated. In aggregate, the requisite workarounds, in tandem with some system limitations, placed the county at increased risk through a lack of controls and reliance on human intervention in various processes. And now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Catherine Lorenzo, the Payroll Services Manager.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I will expand on the workflow components at a high level for your group for consideration, and then I will pass this back to Dr. Jeremy Clark. In our current HRIS system, we have had numerous challenges implementing workflow and developing automation that meets our organizational needs in the position control, payroll, and human resources modules. These areas of the overall financial system consist of complexities that the finance module does not as it relates to workflows. So there are additional needs there. We sought this automation in ADP. However, due to the combination of our complex organizational structure, the MOUs that Dr. Clark mentioned, and ADP's system structure, we were not able to attain these workflows. As a result, we will not be able to achieve the automation needed to improve processes and therefore provide the intended efficiency. And on that, I will pass it back to you, Dr. Clark. Thank you.
Ms. Lorenzo, thank you. Mr. Ohanan, if you would be kind enough to move forward a couple slides, please. So that was before the handoff to Catherine. One more, please. So with kind of all of those points in mind, board members, it is the staff's recommendation that you authorize the Director of Human Resources to terminate the Master Services Agreement with ADP. And this recommendation is done with the support of the ADP Executive Sponsorship Committee. So that actually wraps up our presentation. At this point, I'd like to hand it back over to Director Lee.
If you can kindly please remove the share screen, that would be great. Thank you. Through the chair, this project has what I have seen in the last 12 months of my time here with the county is that there's truly a vested interest in unisons, in team spirits, in cooperations, in coordinations as to what is and how to advance the automations to best serve our talented workforce. And I have to say that there is no one system integration that is perfect or it is one size fits all. Every system integration will require a lot of workarounds, challenges to overcome, and maybe create some paths to help us to achieve our goals. But ultimately, during the testing and configurations and multiple conversations with our ADP project partners, we realized that the workarounds will continue to be increased, therefore decreasing the automations that necessary to meet the needs of the organizations. And it was a very difficult decision for me to come to this point, to present these items to the steering committee, to the department heads, and ultimately to the project team, recognizing that lots of efforts and time have put through this process. But I have to say that the invested time that we put in through this process really came out with some workable standard operating procedures. We now have a set of standard operating procedures that we can certainly review, revise, and amend it once we move forward and identify what would be the appropriate next steps. I am committed to continue exploring options with the auditor controllers as to how best we can move forward and mirror the payroll processes to ensure that it's timely and accurately paid to our talented workforce. And that is our ultimate goal here. In any organizational challenge, there will always come some issues, and I think the recognitions early on is an effort to say that we recognize that all systems may not be perfect, but it would be difficult for me to stand a few years from now saying that we continue to develop workarounds issues that we cannot be overcome due to, again, our public relations complexities, our various labor laws, our various and intense memorandum of understandings between 8 bargaining groups, and of course, our pay scales, which is very specific, that we're taking this out to 5 decimal points. So all of those are factors that will impact in terms what I would call the labor conditions. And under our MMBA, it is so specific that we have to intune to make sure that we are in compliance with every single federal law, state laws, and labor laws. So with that in mind, I would like to sincerely take this time to, again, express my deepest appreciations to the entire workforce who stand rally behind both the auditor controllers and the HR team in the last 14 months, trying to work through the process of what is effective payroll functions look like. And I pledge to all of you that we will continue to have that conversations and explore options that is best for the county, but that truly will make sense and will increase business efficiencies, decrease risk, and greater control of automation. And with that, I am open for questions and concern by you or any members of the directors here at this afternoon. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Director Lee. Any board members have any questions at this point in time or comments? I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Oh, we do have Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew. Welcome. Oh, not again. We can't hear you. And you're unmuted. You want to jump off and come back? Can't hear anything. Okay. I guess we'll come back to him. I'll go out to public comment since I'm going to wait a few minutes for treasurer tax collector, and I'm trying to get my little list to come up. We have one public commenter, and so we will call on the person with the last four digits 7454, and you've got your 3 minutes on this item.
Ed Sawatsky, I've obviously been following this one for quite a while. This could create considerable risk for the county. This is according to an article in the Time Standard by a very competent person I have a great amount of faith in who does these articles. Part of her article on this topic read, Humboldt County Auditor Controller Paz Dominguez previously criticized the county's decision to outsource payroll service and advocated for the continued use of finance enterprise, which is already integrated with county departments. Reached by email Monday morning, Paz Dominguez acknowledged previous concerns about transferring the payroll function out of the Auditor Controller's office, but said she hopes to move forward. At this juncture, the Office of Auditor Controller is prepared to assist the Board of Supervisors in implementing its payroll function into whichever form it deems appropriate, whether it be with ADP, with Human Resource, or wherever else, with the goal of being to pay employees timely and accurately, she said. Now, I think this totally follows your guidelines that you have wishing people in departments to play nice with the other people. I know she attended, 2 or 3 of your meetings, sat through the whole meeting, was summoned to sit through these meetings on this topic, and yet she's taking the high road and she's not going, I told you so, and I don't see that in any way, shape, or form. That's the kind of ethics I think our auditor controller has, and that's appreciated from the public. John Bartholomew hopefully will be able to speak, and I highly recommend, if John wishes to take this over and take Mrs. Lorenzo into his department and set up staff and give him enough staff to do this there, or I would suggest that you have the auditor controller pick staff that she may have or she may want to bring on board if she's willing to take this task back over for the county. These are solutions that I think either of those two would be fine. Those are departments, or keep it with your current HR department and set up something there. But this is one of these hot messes that, we should try to avoid. And I'm not going to refer to it in derogatory manners. The other thing I said, who drew up this contract? Says we don't know how much we're going to have to pay ADP. They concede that this is not able to be worked around. And I don't see any reason why we should be paying them anything when we haven't gotten anything. And yet we've expended as much time or more than they have, probably, just guessing, with all the staff time mentioned in the meeting time that you folks had. It'd be really interesting to have a time schedule for how much Mr. Bartholomew and all these other people's time participating in this to get us to this point. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
All right. Thank you for calling in. And there are no more hands raised in that queue. We'll go back to the board. I don't see Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew on here yet. Well, hopefully he's trying to get back in. All right. Any comments? Yes, Ryan?
He's coming back into the meeting right now.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting situation today. It's happened twice now. Welcome. Let's see how this works. Treasurer Tax Collector Bartholomew.
Thank you again, Chair Bass. And I just wanted to thank the HR, payroll, and auditor controller team for all their time and effort and doing the best they possibly could to make the ADP project work. And while it's very unfortunate that it did not reach the standards that the county was seeking, I think that as Director Lee mentioned, there's a lot of discovery in the process that they've learned from, and that I want to applaud them for making the correct decision and stopping the project versus trying to drive it forward and end up with something that the county would be dissatisfied with over time. So I feel badly for the amount of time that they had to expend to come to that determination. But at the same time, they're launching into the next stage of this process to find out what the best payroll system is for the county in good fashion. And I think that they deserve a lot of credit for all the time that they spent to try to do the right thing. And so I appreciate being part of the process. It's been very enlightening for me for how professional and competent these employees are of the county, and I'm proud to be of service with them. So thanks again, and next time around we'll find the right solution to these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Tax Collector. Any board members have a comment, question, or wish to make a motion?
Make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Wilson, you have a question as well?
Oh, no, I was just preparing to make a motion. That's fine.
Okay, and then I just see Director Beck, the video came on, so did you want to add something?
I was just going to add that I do agree with Linda and her staff about ADP in the system, and hopefully whatever new system comes along, that departments will be involved a little more upfront so that we can identify all of the issues sooner, maybe. And then also, I would recommend right now that we hold off on another payroll system until we get our books closed for our current year and our previous year, and get our journals done and our bills paid, all of those things. If we could hold off for 6 months or so, and engage department heads on what it might look like if we were going to do another system, I just would really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Director Beck. Director Mattson?
Yeah, I want to agree with Connie. In HR, this was the absolute right decision to make, and also to prioritize our countywide efforts on closing the books, getting the audit done. And moving forward into looking at a future system, but putting that off for a bit to prioritize the other important things that need to get done, like Connie brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Sheriff Hansel, your picture appeared. So Sheriff?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. I applaud Director Lee and the decision that was made here to kind of push off ADP and scrap that. It wasn't working. And she came into this again a year ago. So we were already well into ADP. And so there's a lot of things that have happened over the last year. And so I think it is the right decision. I also want to echo Director Beck and Director Mattson. It is more important right now that we focus on our county finances and then fix our broken payroll system, because it is a system that we definitely need to fix, and our employees and our county government is really desperate to get our finances squared away. But it's also, just after that, then having our payroll system fixed. So just wanted to give my input on that.
All right. Thank you. And any other comments from board members or others? So we have a motion that's been made in a second. Seeing no other hands up, Ryan, can you please do a roll call vote?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Bohn?
10-4.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5.
All right. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to our public hearing today. which comes to us from Planning and Building, and it's regarding the introduction of amendments to the discharge of firearms ordinance to address safety concerns of target shooting in specific areas. So at this time, I open the public hearing, and I'm turning to staff for a report. I do see Michael Richardson with us. So I don't know, Director Ford, go over to you first.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I'm actually introduce myself and Mr. Richardson and allow him to give the brief presentation of this ordinance.
Thank you. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bass and members of the board. Michael Richardson, Supervising Planner with the Planning and Building Department. This item follows your board's direction from a February 4, 2020 board item that involved the shooting of firearms. At that meeting, your board directed staff to bring back changes to county code in two ways. One is you wanted to expand the existing prohibition of shooting at the county's Mad River Park to include the Samoa Peninsula, beginning at the Highway 255 overcrossing over the Mad River, heading west to the ocean and then south all the way to the tip of the Samoa Peninsula. And then secondly, your board wanted to have the ordinance changed to include a prohibition of shooting within 150 yards from any occupied structure and heavily used recreation areas. And that would be target shooting. And then third, your board asked us to also provide language to establish an ad hoc committee within communities to address firearm discharge concerns. Attachment 1 of the board report contains the proposed ordinance language to achieve the first two items. The addition to section 915-6 of Humboldt County Code on page 4 of attachment 1 adds the Samoa Peninsula to the areas where shooting is prohibited generally. And then on the last page of attachment 1, page 5, it shows the proposed language that prohibits target shooting within 150 yards of any occupied structure or outbuilding used in connection with the residence, unless they have permission from the owner. And then it also prohibits target shooting within 150 yards of a commonly used road or pedestrian/equine trail in recreation areas. And this language was suggested by Sheriff Hansel as a way to address the board's concerns related to prohibiting target shooting within heavily used recreation areas. So we're equating commonly used roads and pedestrian/equine trails with that term that your board requested we use, which is heavily used recreation areas. And then finally, in the board report, we are suggesting that the board use the existing McKinleyville Municipal Advisory Committee and community groups that are assembled for community plan updates to inform the board on how to address shooting concerns at the community level. And that concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions at this point? Supervisor Bohn?
Michael, on some of this, like the Mad River stuff, this doesn't interfere. This is mainly for long bores. Does this include shotguns? And does this also include areas where it's been historically known to duck hunt? Where it's been historically known legal to duck hunt?
Yeah, your board requested that the prohibition be it prohibits shooting of firearms, and so that would include shotguns, and then also that occur, that prohibition occur along the Samoa Peninsula, starting from the bridge of over the Mad River on 255 heading west and then south to the end of the peninsula.
Supervisor Bohn?
Well, because I know when we did Fern Bridge and the shooting, there was differentiation for, you know, longbore and shotguns, mainly because of the distance traveled and because the Eel River, the people actually scull the Eel River, they duck hunt on the Eel River, and that wasn't the issue. It was the long range rifles and things like that. So we had made it. And I'm trying to put it in, and I do a lot of duck hunting out on the bottoms and a lot in southern part of the camp. I'm just trying to figure out, does this take the place? I'm just saying, I mean, there's long range guns and there's short range guns. And I mean, I don't know if we're trying to restrict all shooting, because I know at Fernbridge, it wasn't all guns. It was longbore. So I'm trying to get a differentiation around here. Is this all encompassing?
Well, I see that. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I see Sheriff Hansel popped on the screen, so perhaps he has thought to share on that.
So just a reminder, this is a target shooting ordinance. So, but also prevents the discharge of a firearm, whether it's hunting or not, in those no hunting zones. So there's no hunting in the Mad River area, in that no shooting zone, and there would be no hunting in the specified area as outlined in this ordinance. But into Humboldt Bay and outside of this area, as long as it's legal to shoot through Fish and Game Code, then you're able to hunt in the greater Humboldt Bay area, as long as you're not within the land of where it's designated as a no shooting area on the Samoa Peninsula. And there is a map associated with the ordinance that outlines that.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bohn, did that help?
No, I'm trying to find the map of the Mad River Road. I mean, I've got a map of Hiller and all that area up there that's covered.
Sheriff, I know you mentioned the peninsula, but Supervisor Bohn sounds like he's looking for a different.
I'm not looking at, and I don't know anybody that duck hunts out on the peninsula itself. I mean,
No, that's what I mean.
I'm
John
could
share the map.
that you can hunt.
Let's do one at a time. I'm sorry. Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Wilson.
John can share the map. I'm just through the chair. Maybe John can share the map.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. I just heard too many voices and I was trying to let Supervisor Bohn finish his question.
So that's the map of where the no shooting prohibition would be.
And that's the only places in this ordinance that there's a no shooting prohibition?
Correct. Well, that's where it's mapped for a large area. And then it's just this language here within 150 yards of an occupied dwelling or residence, or 150 yards of heavily used road or equine or pedestrian trail on public lands. That's it.
Which is fishing, which is Fish and Game's basic terminology also.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Just clarification.
Through the chair, John, there was a map above that map, which was the Mad River zone that I think that Supervisor Bohn was talking about.
Yeah, but it stopped too short.
No, that map there you go. That's the Mad River estuary. That's basically the county park land and that area there. And maybe that's the area you're talking about. People have, against the ordinance, been known to discharge firearms there in hunting, not knowing that this is prohibited from hunting. Much to the distress of the neighbors.
Fully. Anyway, I was talking to actually one of the neighbors, and that's what I was saying. But right at the gate at Mad River, to the south of that is still able to hunt the ponds and everything else. That's okay. I'm fine.
Thank you.
Just asking questions, Mr. Wilson. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you through the chair. If I could ask Sheriff Hansel, is this enforceable, and what is the consequence for doing this, shooting in these areas that are restricted?
Yeah, it is enforceable through county code, and we can issue a citation for county code violation. I spoke with Supervisor Bohn earlier regarding a situation that occurred last night in Fernbridge, where there were some people that were discharging firearms, target shooting in an area that's not supported by this ordinance. They were right off of the road, and they weren't shooting into a 20-foot embankment, and some rounds went through the vegetation and into a dairy. And luckily, no one was injured, but our law enforcement officers responded rapidly and put ended the situation. And so that's the kind of thing that we want to prevent is those kind of injuries and those kind of things. So more education is going to be warranted. We'll push out some education regarding the current ordinance and making sure that people are adhering to safe shooting standards.
Thank you. To follow up with that question, you kind of answered it, but I just wanted to make sure. So we're going to post. Are we going to post in these areas because it's a change, and let people know, or how will we get the communication out? And maybe Director Ford has that, or Michael has that information.
I don't know that we would post those areas. Perhaps on the small peninsula, it would be appropriate to post. But other areas is probably going to be through press release and public education.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor, sorry, I'll go to the sheriff, then back to Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, just echoing on that, I think it would be very wise for us, if the board would change the ordinance and create a no shooting zone in the Samoa Peninsula area, that they do put signs up in that area, and that will be a cost, for Public Works to make the signs and put these signs up throughout the Samoa community.
Thank you. I mean, as if we don't post, if people don't know and they shoot and an accident happens, it's not going to be, we defeat our purpose.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
And again, I wanted to thank the sheriffs for the incident last night. They handled it very well. It was a young family shooting, and shots got away from them, and they were in the wrong place. And they were this ordinance doesn't cover it because that area Fernbridge already has a shooting ordinance. And then we're going to change the signs now. We've been putting signs up the normal way we put up signs, and now actually we're going to put them on some concrete barricades. So if they want to shoot those, they can suffer the results rather than a sign in the air. But I mean, the postings, and some postings work, some don't. We've got 200 no parking signs out on the peninsula, but we still have 100 cars parked out there. So, but it should be posted when you come off the bridge. This area is a no shooting zone unless you have a designated area to shoot that meets all the criteria.
Supervisor Madrone, then I have a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I very much support these ordinance changes and appreciate the work that's been done to bring these forward. I especially like the part number 8 in the staff recommendations to work with the MCMAC in McKinleyville to try and figure out what's an appropriate level of gun safety, discharge issues and stuff within McKinleyville. If it was a city, there'd be an ordinance, right? But it's not, it's in the county, and it's a densely populated area as big as the city of Arcata. I think it very much deserves to have some sort of a gun ordinance. I can tell you in my 2.5 years on the board, I've gotten numerous complaints from McKinleyville residents about discharge of firearms, not target practicing, but just people shooting off guns, and while I absolutely support people's rights to have guns, it's the responsible ones that really keep this in place, whereas the irresponsible folks continuously threaten losing more and more areas. In McKinleyville, obviously, the Trap and Skeet Club would probably still stay open. Not quite sure if that's an appropriate use on an airport. But at any rate, that being the case, I know those folks don't want to lose that right, because there are very few places in the county where you can go anymore and actually target practice and shoot. Green Diamond had a site up on 299, and perhaps Supervisor Bohn knows if that's still open or not. But I also get complaints from people just living in rural areas, like up in Neeland or out in, Trinity Valley or whatever, where their neighbors just constantly shooting off guns, So it's one thing, I think it's easier to do it in densely populated areas, but I also think that the public at large has a right to the privacy, the protection, and the lack of this stuff happening right near their homes out in the rural areas. Some of the complaints you get, people are just shooting off all the time and almost doing it to irritate their neighbors, according to the other neighbors, So anyway, I support this action here. Look forward to having these discussions in McKinleyville in particular.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Wilson, and then I'm getting in the queue.
All right, no, I think this is a good move forward, and I appreciate the efforts of this. I appreciate the Peninsula Community Collaborative that also worked to help bring these issues forward with relationship to the peninsula, and I appreciate the effort to reach out with regards to the McKinleyville area, and I think that's a good precedent to set that there are communities, tighter communities within the county that could, I suppose, in the future, organize themselves to want to see these types of restrictions within their zones in order to maintain, a feeling of safety in those communities. And so I think this is a good step forward. It's definitely headed in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you. I was going to mention the Peninsula group as well. They've really worked hard to bring folks from the community into a lot of these discussions. So it's a really good group. I think my thoughts or my concerns are, even if we post, we don't have enough people to do. It's the deputies. We don't have people to go out there. And that's the same with the parking, so that is just another situation that, the sheriff does not have enough staff and bodies. So I'm not exactly sure how we work around that, but it makes it hard. And so I'd be curious after my next comment, I'd like to see what the sheriff might say. And then there are indoor ranges. And I know that people may not like those the same because they want to be outdoors. And the indoor ranges do cost money, but they are safer. They are easy access, and they're just another place, another option where people can go if they really just want to target shoot. But yeah, because I don't like the idea of out on the peninsula. I'm glad to see this move forward.
Did you want to give a location and hours of one?
No. Let's just say I know about one of those shooting ranges. It's a really nice one too. Sheriff Hansel. I thought of that.
Chair Bass, I appreciate you bringing up the enforcement issue because, that is going to be one of those tough things to prove because sometimes we get called and we're out of position. Luckily, like last night, we were close to Fernbridge and were able to respond quickly and catch the people that were illegally shooting. There's going to be times where it's going to be an hour response by the time we get there and the people are going to be gone. And so it's gonna be hit and miss, but in places like Samoa, we tend to get there a little more, quick since it's close to Eureka, and so we'll be able to be responsive to those kind of needs. But I appreciate bringing that up because staffing is always an issue, and so we need to address that as well.
All right, and we do have at least one hand for public comment. If that's all right, I'll head over there. And we've got the first speaker ends in the last four of 1541, followed by 7454. So if you are 1541, press *6 to unmute and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, hello supervisors. My name is Carla Avila and I'm a staff person with Redwood Community Action Agency. We have been helping support the Peninsula Community Collaborative It's a resident-led group that has been actively working to improve the feeling of safety on the peninsula for residents since 2016. And we are so grateful to have this discussion on the agenda and to improve the feeling of safety on the peninsula. And so I just kind of wanted to talk about why this was a concern from a couple years ago. So prior to the pandemic, the PCC would survey all residents on the peninsula by going door to door every year. And just through these conversations that we learned that target shooting in Samoa specifically was significantly impacting the feeling of safety for Samoa residents. And so we kind of talked with residents further, and we received feedback from 43 individuals who live on the peninsula and work on the peninsula, and expressed concerns about target shooting to us. And so most didn't feel comfortable coming forward, but we got to speak with many people about their concerns on this target shooting in Samoa. Many of those fears included walking their dogs, going on runs, and allowing their children to recreate outside just because they didn't know what direction the shooting was happening in. And multiple residents had contacted the property manager and the sheriff seeking to help address the situation with no resolution, because at the time there was the shooting, they were told that the shooting was legal. So we were just very happy to see that the ordinance amendment includes the entire peninsula south of the gun range, and the PCC encourages the board to amend the discharge of firearms ordinance to address safety concerns of target shooting occurring within densely populated residential and recreational areas of the county. And thank you very much, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Carla, and thank you for your working with the group. Very, very helpful. And our second speaker is 7454. And I think you know how to unmute, and welcome.
Virginia, yes, that last group sounds fantastic. They walk the walk, and now she's talking the talk. We need more of that out there. I don't know. I did want to do a shout out to Green Diamond. I haven't heard they've closed their range. My understanding, I've never been there before, but I know a range master, and unfortunately my phone was tied up, so I couldn't get an answer to that question, which I think maybe Mike Wilson asked of Rex Bohn. Anyway, just in a third world country like Mexico, you cannot, I cannot possess a gun down there if I'm going to go hunting down there. My gun, my understanding is run through a process where they pick up the gun, deliver it to the place where you're going hunting, and they regulate this extremely. So gun problems down in Mexico, other than apparently on the border where we have illegal stuff going on, seems to be mitigated to a great degree. And I appreciate that down there. Regarding the need for people to be busting shots, just really should be starting to fade out a little bit. We are rural, I understand that, but it can be done in a safe manner. And I think any place where someone wants to do target practicing, there should be an over-the-counter permit where they can come in and just say, this is where I'm going to do it. I'm signing off that I do have a 20-foot embankment behind me, and I won't have shots going into a dairy. The one question I have for Sheriff Billy was, he said he ended the situation. Now, I know these situations don't happen in that way very often, but ending the situation, my question is, were they warned? Which, of course, does no good for anybody else. Were they cited, and was it a misdemeanor? Were they cited for endangering the public health, safety, and welfare, which is a felony? And still you start citing those things, and it goes out to the media. You are citing those things, and you are citing parking. People aren't going to take this seriously. They will just ignore it because there is no stick involved. So that's my question for the sheriff, and I highly recommend in the future, when you are able to get something like that, that you use the full force of the law. People should know by now, endangering the public health, safety, and welfare is kind of a no-no. And the other thing I have is I have a great amount of angst, and Virginia probably remembers a realtor was showing some property, and their dog went off with the realtor's dog and was shot and killed. 2 shots were fired, one which probably could have struck the individuals in the area, according to what I could tell. The other one killed a wonderful dog, and I referred that to as Murder Mountain 2.0. And I have a question for Sheriff Billy. Was that person ever prosecuted for killing that person's dog? I value dogs' lives higher than some people's, and those of us who own dogs value that. Would this apply in an instance like that, or you need another ordinance to keep people from doing those things? And what are the repercussions of committing a crime against Mother Nature's biggest gift to mankind, which is, with no real reason, killing the dog? So those are my questions directed to Sheriff Billy, and if he wishes to answer those, he can. If not, I will contact him in another forum. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
You're welcome. All right, so I don't see any more. And yes, Supervisor, Sheriff, did you want to, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to say, and then Supervisor Bohn, and if the Sheriff, if you don't have anything. Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
I do have this brought me up when I was asked about Green Diamond. We do have a shooting range of a licensed gun club, the Redwood Gun Club out there. Now this will not be affected in any way?
That is correct. The area is south of it.
Okay.
And yeah, it'd be interesting when we're doing the outreach to the community or signs or whatever we're going to do. Maybe we could also publicize where all the different shooting ranges are. I mean, Supervisor Bohn just brought one up, and I know that there's Eel River Trap and Gun Club. I've never been there, so I could be wrong. It's in whatever is on my phone here. Old West Shootery, and I do know that Ballistic Precision is probably the newest kid on the block. So
address and times?
Their address is 640 West Theater. I might have some personal knowledge. So, yes, Sheriff Hansel.
Yeah, in regards to shooting and then what the enforcement action takes, if we do have someone who's recklessly discharging a firearm, and there's someone that's injured or likely to cause the injury, then we can pursue criminal charges through the district attorney's office through misdemeanor or felony if someone actually does get hit. So those charges are there. As far as this ordinance goes and recent events, when we find that it is juveniles, that are the culprits of this, with maybe poor parental supervision, or they, so there's other conversations to have there. And so no enforcement action was taken, but names were taken, documentation was occurred. So it's all, everything's documented there. So if there is another occurrence that they do get, that warning has been documented. So that is, I guess, answers the previous questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. And we did go back to the board, so sorry for the individual who raised their hand. It might have been due to the time delay that we did not see that, but we have already finished the public comment on this. That's what will be so nice about being in the room with everybody when we have meetings again, is we know who's there and wants to speak generally. So really looking forward to that. So I do apologize. So do we have a motion on this?
I move that we move forward with staff recommendation.
Thank you. I thought I heard a bit. And who did the second? Ryan?
Rex.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
With a caveat to John, is John Ford still there? So
yes.
Where does the north line start on 255? Which bridge?
So I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, please.
So this is the location of the Redwood Gun Club right here. And then if we go over and look at the map, oops. That goes, you can see basically that line right there, which on the map is essentially, I believe, I think it's that line right there. Perhaps it's that line, but it's clearly not. It's right, actually it comes right off 255. So it's basically that line across there. Redwood Gun Club is up here.
Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, the beginning point of the prohibition occurs where the bridge over Mad River Slough crosses and lands on the Samoa Peninsula. And then it extends due west to the ocean and then south.
That's fine. I just wanted to know which way it ran so we didn't have ourselves. Thank you. It's documented. Thank you.
So was that a second, Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah, I guess it will be.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't see any other hands up. So I guess we're ready to vote, Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. So I have a motion to approve staff recommendations. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yeah.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. And I'll close the public hearing and we'll move on to the next item, which right in front of me here. All right. Wow, the next item is our closed session, which is at 3:30. So we'll be back here at 3:30 to do the briefing. County Council Billingsley, is that your preference?
Yes, Chair, I'll announce the item at 3:30 and you can take public comment then.
All right, thank you. We'll see everyone back at 3:30. All right, so there's at least 3, so then there's 4. So welcome back for our 3:30 time set, which is a conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. And County Council Billingsley, I leave this over to you.
Thank you, Chair. It's the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 to discuss existing litigation, the matter of Angus and Duke State Bar case numbers SBC 20-30802 and 30803.
Great, thank you. Yeah, sorry that I've got like allergies and itch in my throat. I didn't mean for you to feel interrupted, so sorry about that. Okay, well, we will go to public comment. There's one person, and 7454. Oops, now there's 2. Okay, 7454. You are the first person.
Thank you, Virginia. I follow these cases quite a bit, and I learn quite a bit from them. Just so the public knows, it's my understanding the county itself is not being sued. You have a state bar case regarding 2 individuals on your staff. One who I feel is basically only guilty of doing as instructed, and that would be Natalie Duke. In full disclosure, I like Natalie a lot. I think she's a great attorney. The county's lucky to have her. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the other person here, Blair Angus. She cost the county, in my understanding, is a whole bunch of money in the original litigation on this matter. And then she was punished by being appointed to as county council for 1 year and spiked out with a whole bunch of money. So kind of interesting how those things work out. If I was the county, a little bit of non-legal advice from Kent Swatsky, non-Esquire, is you should have separate attorneys representing these 2 people. You have very dissimilar things. In fact, they're in direct conflict of each other. So if the county was representing both Blair Angus and Natalie Duke with the same counsel, I think you would be leaving yourself open to potential litigation for not having separate counsel. That's just my opinion on this matter. This is kind of a settlement thing that happens. Could end up with either or both of these people losing their license, possibly from the state bar. And one person, like I said, in my opinion, deserves to. Natalie Duke does not deserve to. Hopefully you have a competent counsel, separate counsel for Natalie Duke. And hopefully you're doing your due diligence in understanding the process and how these things go forward. Just wanted to point out, see, I can be nice all day long. I think I've been relatively nice. If you folks are nice, I play nice also. But it got really old after 8 years of being nice and then having to go the other way to get things done. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and have a good closed session. Hopefully you will take care of the good person in this thing. In my opinion, is Natalie Duke, and she will have her license and continue to practice and be a good part to do with the county staff in county counsel's office.
All right, thank you. We do have another speaker, and if you have the last 4 digits of 9281, press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Jeff Green.
All right, welcome.
So I think the county should be ashamed of themselves here as they go into closed session to talk about a litigation that does not concern the county whatsoever. This is about an employee and a retired employee, and it has nothing to do with any liability on the county. The state bar is seeking a suspension on these attorneys for the moral turpitude that they engaged in and the misconduct that led the county to have millions of dollars of liability. This is a gift of public funds, and each and every board member will be individually liable for any gift of public funds. The board needs to cooperate with the state bar and let the chips fall where they lie. These attorneys engaged in misconduct, and the county suffered immensely from it. And taxpayer dollars should not go to funding their defense when there is no public benefit. This is clearly a gift of public funds, and you will be held individually liable. And I know there's attorneys who are foaming at the mouth to get this case. And I suggest that you do not go into closed session, you cooperate with the state bar, and you no longer waste taxpayer dollars on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling in. So at this time, we will go to closed session. Jefferson, do you have an estimate on when you think we might be out?
That's a question for the CAO, Chair.
Sorry about that.
I thank you, Chair Bass. I would estimate about 30 minutes.
Okay. We'll do our best to do that. All right. Well, we will see you in the other session. Then we'll be back here hopefully around 30 minutes or so. Have a report out of closed session.
Yes, Chair Bass. The board voted 4-0 with Supervisor Bohn absent to authorize the risk manager to enter into a contract with Prentice Long with a retroactive date to May 17th, 2021.
All right, thank you. And a reminder, we don't have a board meeting next Tuesday. Lisa says no board meeting on my calendar, so we will not see you next Tuesday. So we'll see you after that.
Happy Memorial Day.
That's right.